Pardon my delay, folks. How is everybody doing on this fine evening? Wait, what day is today? Thursday? Friday? Who the hell knows? What day has it been since late January 2020? Has any time even passed? Sometimes it doesn't feel like it has. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it has, especially when we got Roland coming in here, dropping that 21 months. I mean, I guess, you know, the numbers keep getting bigger. That is some indication that time is passing. That has to be worth something. Oh my god, Roland, thank you so much for the resub, my friend. 21 months. Indeed. Where's my coffee? I'm gonna drink my coffee, I'm gonna get my palettes ready. We have a few things on the desk tonight. I'm gonna be dry brushing up some of these resin printed bases that I've been making since I have cavalry and infantry and hero ready to go. I also have my little hero magnetic retinue upgrades I'm probably gonna work a little bit on. We also have some objectives, which are from the Conquest, the last argument of... You'll see all this up. I don't know why I'm even doing this. We're going to go to the other camera, and then you'll see it. You know what? Whatever. Why do I need it? Why do I need it? Words coming from my mouth, speaking languages, coherent sentences. This is apparently a lot to ask today. Oh my god. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You know, this is a great question. It's a great question, Unexpected. Amateur Paint Hour. Hey to you too. 8 months of that tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for the support. You guys, you're all out of your minds, but I think that's probably why I like you so much. Why are any of us doing anything, Ren? I like where your head's at. Why do anything at all? This is your daily upbeat Thunderhead reminder that life is meaningless. We're all a bunch of multicellular monkey colonies soaring around on a rock in space with no idea of the likelihood that this has ever been replicated anywhere else, and over a long enough period of time, everything in the universe will be cold and dark. So has there ever been a better time to play tabletop games? That's my question. I propose not. I propose that this is the best time that there has ever been to paint little plastic men and move them around on the table and roll dice to determine which ones killed which ones. Gotta find your own meaning, folks. Gotta find your own meaning. Which is why I have none. To Square, it's good to see you, my friend. Ren Momo, Hamburg Tack. We got some heavy hitters, some high rollers in chat tonight. There, of course, is Data Nerd. Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. I'm gonna make that coffee for just a moment. Oh, Pun Expected, of course, it is good to see you. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Pun Expected painting? A fellow oil painter, and I have to admit, I'm still using a lot of acrylics, but after my last few forays into oils, I'm rapidly reaching a point where I want to do oils more on certain projects. Like, I'm starting to feel it more after, I guess, about 6 months of just kind of bashing my head into the wall of figuring out, is that a good hand motion? Should we do more of that? Like, I'm looking in the camera as I'm doing it, and I'm like, oh, no way, this is going to wind up as a GIF. Ah, fuck. Who lives? Who dies? Only the dice decide. Drakari, it's good to see you, my friend. Fuck yeah, Roland. I'm glad to hear that, dude. I was confident that it was coming. It's understandable that you're excited. Moments before I went to go on, I got this in the mail. This is the Conquest Theist Priest that was sent to me. Another hero for the 100 Kingdoms. Probably the most interesting looking hero for the 100 Kingdoms. Rules-wise, it's kind of an interesting one in that this makes big blocks of militia feasible. But, like, as far as model design goes, this is one of my favorites, and I think we're going to go ahead and take a few minutes tonight and build this guy. Why the hell not, right? Well, probably because I should wash it first. Maybe we won't build it. Maybe we'll just take a look at it and then I'll wash it, because it is resin and I'll bet it's covered in mold release. I do want to rinse it off at the very least before I go gluing things, but we're going to look at it. How about that? Does that sound like a plan? Or maybe I'll go wash it and let it dry and we'll assemble it at the end of the stream. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? There's no plan. Do I seem like... Do I seem like a streamer with a plan to you? Fuck, Data Nerd. What? At 2? At 2, Nerday? Oh, God. I'm gonna take Friday off to bask in it. Roland's just gonna be sitting at home, just kind of, like, scooping mech models into a big pitcher and pouring them over himself in, like, a kiddie pool. Sounds like that sounds like an okay day to me. I could go for that. Got my Dark Crystal and Labyrinth models in. I remember when those were on a Kickstarter, weren't they? I feel like I remember that. I didn't go in on that one, but I'm excited to see somebody work on them. Oh, Dark Crystal. Why did that show not get more popular? Like, the movie obviously is timeless and classic. But why did the show not get more popular, though? I love the show. The Age of Resistance, I think it was called? It's a fucking great show. I really enjoyed it. All the puppet work was amazing. The way they used some CG just to kind of smooth some of the movements and certain scenes where it wasn't possible to use a puppet, but for the most part it was practical work, and it was really pretty excellent. Where do you think you're at? A professional stream? Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Oh. You better fucking apologize, WJ. How dare you be late? How dare you even show your face if you're coming in this late? On time is late, and 5 minutes early is on time. 5 minutes late is fuck you. I don't think that's not really a thing. WJ, I'm glad you're here at all. Why you don't... It's okay. It's okay if you're just like, because I understand. I'm the kind of person where I apologize for things I don't need to. I hold the door for people over uncomfortable distances. You know, like the guy who holds the door for you when you're like 30 feet away, and he actually makes you feel more uncomfortable because he's standing there waiting and you're like, you have to hurry. That's me. That's absolutely me. And I want you to know, I do it because it makes you uncomfortable. In case you're wondering that the next time it happens, I know, and I'm doing it on purpose. So, cheers. You're excused, WJ. I forgive you. Guy who tries to sniff people's hair as you hold the door. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a hell of an escalation. Look, there is a big difference, okay, between holding the door for an uncomfortable period of time for someone who is an inappropriate distance from the door and sniffing their hair as they go by. I'm not playing pocket pool in the elevator either, for the love of God. Awkward eye contact. Yeah, I mean, that's a must. That's a must, Painted Ogre. How you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out, by the way? Could we please get a shout out for Painted Ogre? You've had a couple of streams lately, haven't you? I apologize, Painted Ogre, if I'm not totally current on your schedule, but it was my perception that you hadn't been streaming for a while and then came back, but I thought I saw you on a couple times recently. Working on the WAR for October. Oh, that's good to hear. Mac Priest Studios, welcome in. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Thanks for the feedback in the Storm Report. I hope that it was helpful, Mac Priest. I give what I can. I don't feel like my advice is always the most helpful, but I also, being on the receiving end of it sometimes, I recognize that even simple observations can be helpful. So I try to give what I can. Always take it with a grain of salt. Take what helps and then leave it. Well, Roland. I saw Roland. I saw. The comment was a technical violation of the rules, and our mod team is on their shit and impartial. It was the wrong button. It was just supposed to go kapoof. It's okay though. Gonna go pop the top on my Dublin, Texas red soda. Ooh, interesting. Gotta go dinner and gotta talk to my dad about game night. Ren, you have a fantastic night. Thank you for stopping in, even for the short period of time, just at the start to say hi. It is always a pleasure to see you. So folks know, the Storm Report tonight is 2 images for each person, since we had an unscheduled cancellation on Tuesday. And of course, we have the channel points redemption available now. This just in, which will get you another slot in the Storm Report if you would like to post some more pictures. It's only 1 redemption per person tonight for a maximum of 3 per person. This is kind of how we're running it now. This is the new paradigm. I think it's pretty comfortable for everyone. We'll find out though. Who can predict the future? Oh, the coffee's hot. It's really fresh and it's really very hot. Oh god. I just ate 8 tacos from Taco Bell. And I'm sharing this with you because I feel like on some level I need to experience some small amount of shame. Some little bit of, like, social castigation for what I've done. Like, we have to balance these things out because the truth is I enjoyed it. And, I feel kind of guilty about it. It's not good food. It's not. But I live in a small town and sometimes that's all we can get. Lost. Oh my god, no, Mech Priest, I'm so. Oh. I am terribly sorry to hear that, man. I think taking the wind out of your sails is the minimum. The absolute minimum. I hope that you are handling it as well as can be. I sympathize. I've lost a few in the last half year or so, and it's been hard each and every time. Lasagna soup just sounds like wet spaghetti. It sounds like if you take spaghetti and you soak it in, like, water for a while. It's, as I say that, like, oh, hello, little fly. Didn't get him. I want to throw up a little bit as I say it. No, I'm not saying... No, okay, I mean, like, a bowl of prepared spaghetti is what I'm saying. Because, like, you take your spaghetti and you boil water and you soften the spaghetti and then you mix in the sauce, you know, and you drain the water off. So if you were to have that bowl of prepared spaghetti and then you just soak that in more water... Ew. Son of a... Why are you here? I'm so ready for these fucking flies to be gone. I don't know what it is. Like, we've never had... We go through these cycles out here. Last year, it was the Moth-ageddon. There were just so many Miller moths. It was completely out of control. And this year, for whatever reason, we have this early fall, late summer fly boom. We've never had this before. And it's not like there's an animal corpse rotting outside my door causing this to happen. We're clean people. So I don't even know where the fuck they're coming from, but they're having a real hurrah right now. I saw that pun expected. It actually made me feel a little better. A little better about that. Pun expected had a fly visitor too. I like to think it's the same one. The fly has returned. Yeah. He has. He has indeed, and he's changed his name and got a new Instagram, and he's gonna start streaming soon. Also, there's a fly buzzing around my room. That wasn't a good joke. That would have worked better if instead of painting Batman, you had been painting like a bunch of Ninja Turtle stuff lately. Then that joke would be perfect, Rockin' Robin. There'd be like a Baxter Stockman thing that I could do, but instead it's just awkward and stupid and isn't referring to anything. Dan, why can't you conform your creativity to my humor better? Like, come on, this is a team effort and you're not pulling your weight. Rockin' Robin, could we please get a shout out, by the way, for Rockin' Robin Workshop, a soon-to-be streaming painter of no small talent and a good personal friend of mine. Mohandi, welcome in. It is good to see you. Let me get caught up here. Sheets of pasta and warm tomato-flavored water. Oh no. Will Thunderhead become Brundlefly? I love that fucking movie. Not the original The Fly, the old black and white The Fly. Fuck that movie, honestly. But the Jeff Goldblum Fly, that movie is... wow, Cronenberg. You sick son of a bitch, you. not sure what's up with the timing there, Mech Priest. Some kind of channel point redemption to show our loyalty to the fly. Fuck you. This is loyalty to the fly. The fly is the enemy of all good, decent thinking peoples, of all sentient life. And I will not have any fly allegiance in this stream. Hail fly. Just about every casual restaurant was better in the 80s before the cost cutters took over. 95% is good for 92% of the wholesale price. Works once. But the compound interest effect, wait, what are we talking about? We're talking about how Applebee's sucks? Because you could have, the Amish Dig, you could have just said Applebee's sucks. Like, that is a complete thought and a complete sentence. That's just fine. Did he really, Roland? Was it an episode or a movie? I was not aware of that. Restaurants in general, yeah, a good dining experience is really hard to find these days. I remember it being easier like 20 years ago, but that's not necessarily true. It might just be, you know, confirmation bias. Fucking depressing. How you doing, Achilles? How's things? As a Section 31 opera, so was that Deep Space Nine then? That would have had to be, because they invented Section 31 for Deep Space Nine, but I did not. I did not realize that. Let's go ahead and get started. I need to do a little bit of work on my palettes, and then we'll get to painting. Discovery! Oh! That's why I don't know. Because I don't fucking watch Discovery. Seriously, fuck that show, though. Riot Sister, welcome in, welcome in.
Hello there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip on Discovery or anybody who likes Star Trek Discovery. Okay, like if you like the show, you like the show. I just don't. I just don't. I'm not even gonna rip on. You know what? I'll rip on Picard before I rip on Discovery, because Discovery is just like it's a show. It's a modern adventure action sci-fi, and it's fine. I don't like it, but it's fine. Picard is fucking stupid, and I hate it. But that's mostly because it is being, like, directly marketed to me as someone who's a big fan of the character of Jean-Luc Picard. And I haven't recognized Jean-Luc Picard since First Contact. Before that, because since Generations. That was so weird. All those movies were so weird. Star Trek is kind of lame. There's nothing wrong, like, it can both be lame and good. It is, like, the best episodes of Star Trek are admittedly very, very lame by some people's standards, and I love them anyway. Larabic, 12 months? Larabic, thank you so much for that resub, my friend. Welcome in. Bring Deep Space Nine to Blu-ray. Oh, fuck yeah. It's a nice mug. This was one of the prototypes for the Thunderhead Studio mug. It has the early decals on it that are unsealed, so they're slowly coming off. But this was one of the mugs we might have chosen, but ultimately did not, and I'm still just gonna use it. Okay, what do I need? I'm gonna dig into this Theist Priest before we do anything else, because I'm curious about it and I want to take a look at it. I just got this in the mail a few minutes before I was meant to go on and start streaming. So I'm going to crack it open and have a look at this neat little model that is pretty soon going to be going on this groovy little hero base, which we're going to be working on some today. I also have the retinue upgrades. I have two of them. The third one is actually printing right now. This would be the combat level 3 upgrade. As you can see, there are 3 little swords for level 3, and that just magnetizes down. And this is arcane level 3 with 3 little crystals. And that just kind of goes when you don't drop it. Like right there. You can just magnetize these right down to the base to represent your upgrades, and they just come off real easy and stick down. Real simple like. I'm pretty happy with these. Well, both Discovery Channel and Trek have in common the aliens are both at fault in it. What? That makes sense in, like, one case. Jokes! Oh, the jokes! We make them. Oh my god. So, Riot Sister, I know that you... Are you not able to taste anything? Is that what's presenting? Because that sucks if so. That is incredibly frustrating. How you doing today, Sumitha? It's good to see you. Saw 5 episodes of Lower Deck. This is the thing, like, I don't know. I'm at a point these days where I dislike even things that are fairly good. I don't know what it is I expect out of them anymore. Like, of course, Lower Decks is fine. It's fine. But even if I find myself enjoying it, I'm not going to... And yeah, they do look like rupees, you're right. I'm not going to enjoy it in the way that I enjoy Star Trek. And all it's ever going to be is a reminder that there is nothing on that I can enjoy the way I enjoyed Star Trek, except for, like, the Orville, which we haven't had for a while. The new season is supposed to be coming out here pretty soon. I really quite like the Orville. It took a little while to find its feet, but by the time we got into Season 2, it had turned into some decent sci-fi. Pardon our impromptu unboxing tonight, but like I said, we just got this guy, and I'll just say something. I know I've mentioned this before. Conquest and the guys who work for Parabellum Wargames have really gone above and beyond as far as showing confidence in their product. A lot of startups, a lot of new war games, even from fairly large companies, you'll find that particularly for the first, like, year or two that the product exists, they'll kind of cheap out on certain things. I'll just name names. Privateer Press has been struggling to get their game Warcaster launched, and they have obviously been saving money in the packaging department. There's nothing strictly wrong with it. It makes sense. I get it. But the packaging's kind of cheap, and it's nothing terribly exciting. And, you know, if you're going to scrimp anywhere, I guess packaging is probably the place to do it. But Conquest has put a great deal of thought, time, energy, and money into even their initial packaging, just for a simple, single character like this. It's this nice little sleeved, laminated, satin-coated box. Everything's packaged up nice. We got a little card in here with it. There's not a lot of extraneous bullshit. There's not, like, you don't open this up and there's an advertisement for more product in it, like Fantasy Flight Games and certain other companies. But the box is just of high quality. Like, I'll probably hold on to this and use it as a deck box, honestly. It's the right size. It's good, sturdy, laminated. Here's our card for the Theist Priest. I quite like the art on this. And I think in painting this guy, I'm probably just going to do this with the purple robes. Is there a way to do a more traditional elf army in this game instead of Hellraiser freak jobs? So the Weaver elves are coming soon, as in I think Q1 or Q2 2022. And the Weaver elves are more like traditional elves. They're still a little wacky, but think if the current elves, the Spire elves, are like biomancers who shape bone and flesh and shit like that, then the Weaver elves shape like wood and vines and plant life, like more traditional wood elves. Yeah, exactly, they shape nature. Larabic, this is for Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. They include these because, and I like this too, they don't put unit stats on the cards anymore, they put QR codes, which allows for them to update stats as you go. And if you have your phone, you can just go bleep and scan your card and pull up your unit stats. It's not necessarily the smoothest system, but it is a clever, forward-thinking one. And I do appreciate that. We're already at version 1.5 of the rules, and they've changed the stats somewhat, so they're able to keep using the same cards that they printed initially, and I think that's an excellent idea. But they give you these because the way you determine activation in this game is you have a deck of cards, one for each unit that you're fielding, and you arrange them into the stack that you want, and then you draw cards from the top, so you kind of decide what order your units are going to activate in before the round starts. Which is pretty cool. I think I'm going to do almost this exact paint job. I might mix it up a little bit, but I'm thinking the purple robes and then the kind of warm tones in the armor are going to be what I do. Good future-proofing, I agree. Let's take a look at the model itself. Oh look, it comes with a cute little base that I'm just going to take that and put that in the trash. Because he's going to be going on this raised base here. Oh yeah, pun expect, I was just thinking that. I've got dioxazine. So how many parts are we? It looks like 4 parts total? That's not bad, really. You got the main body. And feeling it, yeah, it definitely has some mold release on it. I'm going to want to give this a rinse. It's a nice, high-quality resin. No bubbles. The only imperfections are really there's a little bit of flashing down here around the feet by his pointy sabatons. A little bit of flashing under the sleeve of the robe here. Good detail, deep detail, nice and crisp, would take dry brushing very well. I like the detailing on the big fur collar too. Let's see. And we've got his head. It is kind of pyramid heady, isn't it? It seems like the way it's angled, he kind of wants to look down, like he wants his head sort of tilted forward. I think that's going to work well on the raised base. Are you allowed to ally elves and dwarves or not? As far as I know, there are no current ally rules. What there are narrative campaign rules, and there's a living world system. I would not be surprised if allying became possible soon. As it's written right now, though, the only elves that would ally with dwarves don't have an army quite yet. But give it some time. The game continues to develop. They've released like a whole new game mode since it came out. Cleaver face. I can dig it. Please see the above question about Alliance. Oh, you were asking that before. I'm sorry. Like an allied force of Weaver elves and dwarves, is that not a thing? And do gnomes exist? I don't know of any gnomes. So the currently announced factions, and I might be missing some, please forgive me if I do. The current factions that exist are the 100 Kingdoms, which are humans, the Spire elves, who are the alien biomancer elves, the Dweghom, who are the, like, war magic infused fire dwarves, the Nords, who, that seems pretty self-explanatory, they're like Vikings, and they have all kinds of Viking shit, like wargs and frost giants and big trolls with clubs. They're actually pretty fun. And then there are the Wahadrun, who are South American-styled orcs who ride dinosaurs, who are really pretty fucking cool. They have some gorgeous models. Upcoming, they will be releasing the Old Dominion, who is their undead faction, which is weird. Their undead faction is kind of... The Spires are already kind of body horror-esque, and I think that the Old Dominion are going to be sort of similar. They're like necromantic constructs of a fallen civilization. South American Mayan, or yes, Painted Ogre. Look up the Wahadrun models. They're fucking awesome. They ride raptors and T-Rexes, and they're like the feathery type of dinosaur too. They've got big manes of feathers on them. They're really, really awesome. Really cool models. And then after the Old Dominion, who is the undead faction, there is going to be the City-States, who they've already released some art for. The City-States are basically Greek/Roman, I think mostly Greek-inspired. So, like, you know, hoplites with Corinthian helms, spears, and shields, and then they have heavies, like they get minotaurs and shit like that. They're pretty interesting looking. And then I think after that, they're releasing the Weavers, who are the more naturistic elf faction. I'm not sure what is lined up for the game after that. So Phaedros, it's a mix. It's a mix, Phaedros. The deals on the styrene models are really, really good. And I admit I'm kind of 50-50 on their resin figures, and I'll just give you my full assessment of it. Their styrene figures are really, really well priced. I think they have a lot of... Like, if you're buying them individually, they're kind of like Games Workshop prices. Better, because you get more models, but similarly priced. For really, really good quality of multi-pose figures. But they have a lot of bundles and deals. They encourage you to buy a few boxes at a time, and they'll knock off the cost of entire boxes when you do that. They have a really, really good deal on their starters. And as you note there, if you buy from their eShop, you can use code Thunderhead to get 10% off of your total order, as long as you're not using any other deals. The resin figures are a little expensive. These guys, their resin figures tend to be like $15 to $25. Like, I think this guy was $25. But now, as much as I tend to kind of balk at the idea of spending that much on an individual figure, the styrene ones are so well priced that I have no problem buying them. And then if there's a resin figure I don't want to buy, I can always 3D print myself an alternative. But These are really good. Like, as far as resin cast figures go, I have had nothing but quality from these guys. The fine detail, like on his segmented clawed hand here. This is the kind of detail that could get lost really, really easily in a poor casting process. But this is a high quality, fairly durable resin that holds detail very, very well, and they're using good sculpts. Like, the resin figures can be a little bit expensive, but I really feel like the quality of the figure matches up with, like, if you've ever bought, like, fine cast resin from Forge World, this is several orders of magnitude it's superior while being cheaper in many cases. I think it's probably a bad idea to compare game prices to Games Workshop, generally speaking, because they're a little out of yeah, exactly, Larabic. Ruined your concept of expensive. Got a Mimetic Assassin I have a Mimetic Assassin too, I haven't painted yet. I have got the Ferromancer from the starter box. Like, after I get these 100 Kingdoms done, I'm gonna be doing some Spires, and you'll get to see some really weird looking figures. It's, the game is catching on. I think the most important thing I can tell you guys about this game, other than the fact that the models are high quality, the rules are good. The rules are... I'm trying to give every honest critique that I can here. The rules are awkwardly written, in that some of them can be a little hard to figure out because of the way that they're written, but if you get past the poor verbiage in some of them, the actual rules are quite solid. And once you get past some of the poor verbiage, you're like, oh, you could have explained that better. And it's really, really easy to play. So it's a little bit of a stumbling block, but not much of one. There are two versions of the... Actually, there are three versions of the game now. There is Conquest First Blood, which is a skirmish level game, which I think uses a model count of somewhere between 10 and 20 total models, and you play without trays, individual models moving around on their own. Then there is Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, the full-size game, which is a rank and flank regiment-based war game with much, much larger model counts. And then there's now, it's just a slightly different way to play the main game. It's called Conquest Legends, and it's like a narrative campaign system where you start out with a certain amount of money and you buy units, and those units can get experience and gain veterancy, and your leaders get bonuses, but only you follow them through a series of games with a friend of yours. And they keep expanding on this. They have a living world campaign they're running now. I haven't personally participated in it, but people seem to enjoy it. It has fairly rich lore. It keeps growing. You hear about the constipated accountant, he couldn't budget, so he had to work it out with a paper and pen. Oh, that's a bad joke. Couldn't budget. He's talking about poopy. Oh, we have such good jokes around here. Whoa! Nothing to worry about.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
I like this guy's sword. It has like a little, kind of a cutlass shape to it. It's flat along the back, but then it has a single edge and a curve. It's an odd sword. But, he's like a religious dude. Yeah, the Warbred are really neat. In all honesty, if you guys have seen the pictures I've just posted to like Instagram, so on and so forth, those models that I painted, those are the worst models in the range. And I know that's a funny thing to say. They are the worst models in the range. And I say that so that you know that, like, that's as bad as it's gonna get. It gets better from there. They have improved. Those are the first models they did. And they're good. They're good models. They've got a couple little funny things about them, but you get over it real quick. And they've done nothing but improve each iteration of figure since then. Like, these guys at Parabellum War Games are really devoted to creating a quality product, and I think it shows in every single release that they make. Dwarves in this faction can use arcane magic. Yeah, the dwarves in this faction, like, and this is a massive simplification, but imagine if the dwarves in Lord of the Rings, in the mines of Moria, dug deep and unearthed the Balrog, and instead of the Balrog killing them and then running away, they, like, ate the essence of the Balrog, and he became infused in their souls, and they started lighting on fire and worshipping war. That's that's more or less who the dwarves are in that universe. I mean, good and evil depend greatly on your point of view. I really like this figure. Alright, so what I'm going to do real quick, I need to grab a drink. I'm going to hit you with the BRB screen for a second. I'm going to rinse this guy off with some soap and water, set him out to dry, and I'll be right back and we'll get going. So I can say, WJ, if you're interested in a good rank and flank fantasy wargame with more traditional elves and dwarves available, I can recommend Mantic's Kings of War. They have their own range of figures, but they're also, I believe, figure agnostic. They're very, very open as far as how you do your modeling of the figures on the bases, and they definitely have a more traditional fantasy feel. Conquest is kind of extreme. I don't want to say that it's high fantasy, because you usually think of like crazy high elves when you think high fantasy. It is high fantasy technically, but it's a very gritty, dark high fantasy. And then the there we go. See, T-Square knows about the dwarves. I don't know shit about them. I know that they're all full of kill juice. Ugh. Yeah, I do like that splintered brush. The way heroes are in this game, you pick the hero influences how you can build your list. That's the primary impact of a hero in this game. They have some abilities, but mostly their impact is what they allow you to take in your army. For instance, the Theist Priest can only take Sicarii and Militia. In the lore, the priesthood is not allowed to maintain a militant order of their own, so they gather peasants with spears for the most part. But they've got lots of buff spells that make it worthwhile. And there's a question of, how much money are you sinking into your hero? How tough are they in individual combat? Like mounted noble lords, for instance, are more expensive, but they also hit like a fucking truck. So, it balances. Setting this guy off to the side so he can dry. Alright, get some gloves on. There's an interesting kind of thematic balance in Conquest that I really like. The 100 Kingdoms are almost painfully mundane. They're really just guys, just dudes. There isn't really that much special about them. They have a couple special units with light access to magic, but they're very, very mundane, very grounded. And I like that, mostly because of what happened with Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar, where they destroyed the Empire and they replaced it with the fucking Sigmarines. A universe populated by giant screaming chaos monsters isn't terribly meaningful when every single person in the universe is some goddamn 9-foot-tall Superman. And I rather like in Conquest that you can have huge things like the Spire Abomination fighting what amount to a bunch of toothless peasants with stabby sticks. Any lunar stuff? Any plans of painting any lunar stuff? Which lunar stuff did you have in mind, Painted Ogre? Painting or producing? Are we talking about terrain? Hey, Hypnotic Mom, how are you doing this evening? From Blacksite Studios, the new Moon Combat game, Lunar. I don't think I've seen that, Painted Ogre. Yeah, it's been chilly. It's chilly over here, too. Oh. I forgot to clear the plate on my Mars 2 before I got going. Oh well, we'll do that later. That's no big deal. What am I doing? I need to dry brush all these bases. I have 4 cavalry bases, 6 infantry, not bases, trays with bases. 4 cavalry, 6 infantry, 1 hero, and we're doing pretty much the same thing across all of them, so I'm going to sort out the ones that are going to get some dirt and the ones that aren't. And we're going to start with those. And we're going to do a good amount of dry brushing today. That's my plan. So these ones don't have any dirt. They're going to go off to the side for the moment. I'll have to take a look at that, Painted Ogre. Cold War goes to the moon, Soviets versus NASA, cool-ass rules for gravity and mass. The idea sounds compelling. It does. I'll have to take a look at it. Does it have good miniatures? You know I'm all about them minis. Oh, I didn't do my wet palette. Do I need it? I guess not really. I think I can make it today on just some pieces of porcelain. I don't need to do any complex acrylic anything for the moment. Start off with a little bit of my Vallejo Game Air. Dark flesh tone. Actually, I'm going to go darker for my dirt base this time. Because last time it wasn't really where I wanted it to be. Got Nut Brown over here. Nut Brown from Reaper. This will do me. Oh, I love classic spacesuit dudes. Like bubble helmet dudes? Yeah, I love that retro kind of Z-Rust look, you know? And if it's sort of retroactive Cold War stuff, then I would imagine it has that sort of feel to it, that World's Fair feel, you know? Well, WJ, no company actually sponsors me. It should be clear, I don't actually have any sponsors. I do have an affiliate code with Conquest, but that's it. I don't like do sponsorships. It's not like a thing. Ask them if you want to design a mini for them or not. Oh, you know what? They have access to much more talented and professional designers than I. I'm not waiting. If the day comes that I end up designing figures for a company like that, that'll be fantastic, but I'm not holding my breath at the moment. Where is my brush? This ought to do the job. And a good afternoon to you, Inquisitor Burnsy. How you doing? What are conquest rules for minis? Does it have to be all conquest parts or not? If there are tournament rules that stipulate that, I don't know of them yet. I don't know if that's a bridge that they have crossed or not. I don't know what their policy is going to be on proxying. I know that they encourage conversions. If I were a betting man, I would say that, like, officially sponsored Conquest events will probably require you to have official Conquest minis. That only makes sense. There's a chance that there'll be, like, some proxies are allowed, a low percentage of them. I would imagine that fan-run events will be just fine with proxies. Winding down after work. Well, I'm just winding up, Burnsy. Hope you had a good day. Hope you get some relaxation in this evening. And I'll just hit a few small spots in here with a little bit of brown to keep the base tone warm and interesting. No reason to go overboard. Now, if they have any plans for an RPG, I couldn't say. I could not say. I know that they keep dropping new game modes, and they have, like, the living world, and I'd imagine if they feel like they could pull it off, they'll do an RPG. They're clearly a company that's very much in love with their own lore, which I think is good. I prefer that a company like its own lore and be confident in it. They definitely have shown so far that they are, and they are. They do, and they are, rather. Respectively. Really slow, got to run some errands, yay, working from home. Oh, fuck yeah, man. That's nice, anyway. That's understandable, Roland. You know, if rank and flank fantasy isn't your bag, I wouldn't expect you to be, or to have any. I latched onto Conquest in large part because I had a gaping hole to fill, to use the least appetizing metaphor possible, after the death of Rune Wars, one of the greatest games ever made, that FFG sacrificed on the altar of Disney in order to make Star Wars Legion, which I think was a mistake on their part in the long run. It was a better game than Legion. But that's a good example of a company that had no faith or love for its own property. It's like the polar opposite of Conquest. FFG seemed almost embarrassed by Rune Wars. And as a result, they failed to push it when they should have, and it died out. And that's sad. Ooh, I'm very interested, Stig. Very interested. Gotta hit the hobby shop this afternoon, get some square plastic tubing. Found the Deridex model kit from Star Trek. Ooh, interesting. I am bitter about Rune Wars. I am explicitly and openly bitter about Rune Wars. I loved that game, and I pushed it so hard, and I worked so hard to make sure that it succeeded in my local area. And FFG just up and killed it one day. There are things about it that I can't talk about, because I'm pretty sure that NDA is still applicable. All I can say for sure is that I did playtest that game. You can find my name in a lot of the published literature. And there were some really cool things on the horizon to expand the game when they suddenly announced, we're not gonna do this anymore. Fuck you guys, get out of here. And I was bereft. So now I'm on to Conquest. It's not exactly the same. It's a little more complex. I don't think it's quite as elegant as Rune Wars, but it's trying to do something else. But, you know, it's a startup company, and it's some people that are very passionate about their game and the setting for their game, and I respect the shit out of that. And as long as they're producing quality models and quality rules and selling things for reasonable prices, I am on board. Yeah, I've heard the screenings for Robert Pattinson's The Batman. I think I just read a headline on it right before I came on. The screenings are people saying that it's a almost 3-hour-long detective story with the Riddler filling a role kind of like Jigsaw. And I am so fucking here for it. I am so here for it. I might go rewatch the, like, Rise of the Planet of the Apes and everything in preparation, because Matt Reeve, the director, is really pretty talented, and I'm excited for what he might have in mind. And then I like Robert Pattinson as an actor quite a lot. I mean, what an idea. What a concept. Hey guys, we're making a Batman movie. What are Batman's most famous nicknames? World's Greatest Detective? Nah, fuck that. Throw that out. We're gonna have him do CrossFit, and then he's gonna punch Superman. That's a much better idea. Will he be a good detective? Oh, fuck no. He's gonna be a terrible detective. Oh, that sounds great. Let's do that. Far into the movie, the pearls drop. If they do the pearl drop in the first, like, 5 minutes, I think that's our best case scenario. I hope the pearls don't drop at all. I hope we don't have to see Martha Wayne die again. Or at least that the pearls dropping are the only reference to the scene. You know, like have him stare off, like at the 1,000-yard stare for a second, and then you see the pearls hit the concrete, and then we flash back to him, and that's like all they have to say, because we as an audience clearly fucking understand what that means. No, that was... You're thinking of a single season of a much cooler version of the Green Arrow than we ever deserved to Square. Yeah, Pattinson isn't, like, bloated from cocaine and booze, which is a big step up in our Batman. In the quality of our Batman lately. Oh, Ben Affleck. You shouldn't have fucked the nanny, Ben. What are you doing? Don't you know that only Arnold can get away with that? And actually, no, Arnold can't get away with that, as it turns out. That didn't exactly work out for him either. It's an interesting thing to think about, though. Not just to make fun of Ben Affleck, but just to really think about, like, think about the amount of money and the amount of notoriety and attention that, that Ben Affleck has, just as a human being and as an actor. Think about the position he's in life, the amount of money, the beautiful wife, Jennifer Garner. He has kids, he has a fantastic house, he's making movies, he's moved up into directing, and he's critically acclaimed. Like, this is a dude who's on top of the world. And I don't mean to poke fun at him by saying this, but, you know, he still gets depressed and decides to fuck the nanny. Like, I guess my point in saying this is just to note, you know, money really doesn't buy happiness, folks. It really doesn't. Ben Affleck finds himself depressed enough to torpedo his own life like that. And then he shows up for the reshoots on Justice League, and he's just bloated and disgusting. He just, like, he finished filming Justice League, and life hit him like a truck, and he just started drinking. Or Stephen Amell plays Hawkeye. Ooh, I would be totally into that. Jeremy Irons is a good everything. Jeremy Irons was a good Alfred, but you know what? Jeremy Irons, in, like, the same handful of years, was a better Ozymandias. Jeremy Irons is, like, weirdly classy for how really unclassy most of his career honestly is. To be fair, Justice League drove a lot of people to drink, yeah. I can only imagine. It wasn't a good time for anyone. Except maybe, like, Ezra Miller, who nobody had heard of before. Ooh, he would have been a good Red Skull. I mean, Hugo Weaving could have been a better Red Skull if they'd given him anything to work with. As it was, he did a fine job with very limited surface-level material. Before I'd compare Jeremy Irons to Ben Kingsley, and don't get me wrong, I like Jeremy Irons, I'd compare him to Michael Caine. Because I don't think Michael Caine ever really phones it in either. At the same time, he will not turn down a fucking paycheck, and it really doesn't matter what it is you're paying him to do. He'll just do it. Like, Jeremy Irons is the same way. I need to have it queued up. Why don't I have it queued up? His fucking performance from Dungeons and Dragons. That's a clip I need to have ready to go. If you're curious what I'm thinking, and you're on a computer right now, go to YouTube, type in Jeremy Irons, Dungeons and Dragons, let their blood rain from the sky, and watch the clip. It should only be a few seconds long, and it is everything. It is everything. In fact, I'm gonna queue that up so I can play it on stream next time. It's so good. That's what I mean. Like, Jeremy Irons, he's a classy guy. For a role that fucking stupid, for a line that bad, he pulls the fucking stops out. He goes for it, and he knew how dumb it was when he was doing it, and he didn't care, because he's a class act, weirdly. For a man who I first learned about from a movie called Lolita. I guess that's not strictly true. I would have seen Die Hard with a Vengeance before I saw Lolita. Which is not a classy film at all. Hey, War Master Shaki, how you doing today? Who would Jeremy Irons be in the MCU? Yeah, like, okay, I'd buy that, Roland. I would buy Jeremy Irons as Victor Von Doom. Irks me, he's controlling like hundreds of Elder Dragons. Oh my god, no. WJ, what are you doing? WJ, I've got to stop you, man. Are you complaining about the plot of fucking Dungeons and Dragons? Like, we have so many things to have a problem with before we have problems with him controlling Elder Dragons with a dragon wand. Like, how about the really uncomfortable Marlon Wayans death scene? Can we talk about that? Because it's fucking weird. Or really, like, 90% of what Marlon Wayans does in the fucking movie. That whole movie is such a bizarre waste of time, energy, money, and film. I saw that shit in theaters. Yeesh. Oh, War Master Shaki, we're getting frozen over here. Seasons are a bitch sometimes. Alright, good enough. We really, really did, right, sister? Hey, Rio, good to see you. Brian Blessed is doing... Brian Blessed, I mean, I hate to say this, Roland. Brian Blessed is way too fucking old to play Dr. Doom. A young Brian Blessed... God, he wouldn't even... You know what? No. A young Brian Blessed as Kraven the Hunter. Now we're talking, okay? Ooh, what model kit, War Master? Oh, that's something, Stig. At least something good came from it. Shock 21, I am a fan of bad movies. And I don't mean, like, you know, you have to kind of define bad movie. I don't mean, like, Asylum... Sharknado versus Sharktopus, or those weird, you know, faux blockbusters they made. I don't think those are bad movies. Like, they're not good, but they're barely even movies. I'm a fan of bad movies, as in movies where someone clearly wanted to do something. And there's an interesting story behind Dungeons and Dragons that the guy who did it, the guy who wound up directing it, genuinely had been wanting to make a Dungeons and Dragons movie and owned the rights for a long time, and he pushed to get it done. And I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it's almost like he wanted to do it and he had the money and he was like, who wants to direct? And like nobody wanted to direct it, so he was just like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Had no idea what he was doing, and it came out so weird. It came out so weird. Like, it's so off-putting and strange and oddly paced, and it's like full of inappropriate humor at times. And then, like I said, there's Marlon Wayans is in the movie, and he's jokey late 90s Marlon Wayans doing jokey late 90s Marlon Wayans things. And then, like, 2/3 of the way through the movie, he gets almost beaten to death on camera by some worm-brained fucking jabroni. Like, he gets beaten within an inch of his life, and then just straight, like, run through with a sword on camera, and it's like, really? That's like if halfway through Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, there was a scene where Jar Jar Binks was brutally beaten for like 5 minutes and then stabbed on screen. It was so weird. And I'm not saying a lot of people wouldn't have enjoyed seeing that, but you can't deny that it would be a very strange tonal shift for the film to take. See? But I'm telling you, Jeremy Irons' performance, I'm serious. Go to YouTube and look up Jeremy Irons, Dungeons and Dragons, Let Their Blood Rain from the Sky. And just watch his delivery on that line. I feel like that line alone makes the whole movie kind of worth watching. Because if nothing else, you know that Jeremy was having fun. He was clearly enjoying himself filming it. And I'm glad that somebody was, because everyone else seemed fucking miserable. Don't even get me started on that fucking dwarf. I don't even know who played him. He was possibly the worst dwarf in the history. And what's fucked up is that this movie came out, like, within 3 years of The Lord of the Rings. Like, The Lord of the Rings was shooting at the time that Dungeons & Dragons happened. So it's not like one of those, oh, it was the era. No. One of the greatest fantasy movies ever made would come out shortly thereafter. If it wasn't within a year, it was within 2 years. It's crazy. Somewhere on the planet, a much more talented team of people were doing much better things. I mean, that's broadly true, but I mean specifically in the realm of fantasy films. Well, there weren't really any... I mean, you know, if you're talking about the cartoon Painted Ogre, I think the cartoon was better. Fucking Venger with his stupid horn. He might not have been a better villain than Jeremy Irons, but at least he fit the setting better. Of the show, not necessarily like Greyhawk or anything like that. I don't disagree. I do not disagree that Jar Jar Binks being horribly murdered on screen would be pleasing for me to watch in the most superficial way. Though after the Clone Wars, not even that much. Like after the Clone Wars, I was fine with Jar Jar Binks. He was a better character in the Clone Wars. His comic relief was done better. That's the funny thing, is that Jar Jar Binks is not an unusable character. He's not an unusable character. Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Like, I know this might be hard to accept, but there's nothing inherently wrong with Jar Jar Binks. What's wrong is that George Lucas wanted to use him to just tell some of the worst jokes. He wanted to... He put him in the movie so that he could have a funny cartoon character step into poopy. And before you think, oh, there goes Thunderhead exaggerating, I want to remind you, if you haven't watched The Phantom Menace recently, Jar Jar Binks steps in the poopy. That's a joke. That's in the movie. He steps in the doo-doo. And he says, icky, icky, goo. Within minutes, we get another line from a character to the effect of, "My bones are aching, storm's coming, Annie, you better get home quick." Like, this is legitimately one of the worst written films in the last 30 years. So, I'm just saying, Jar Jar deserved better. That's all I'm saying. You're welcome, Sumitha. You're welcome. Icky, 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 patang, zoop, boing. Yeah, I know that movie too. You better fucking believe it. You must bring us another shrubbery. Put it right there with a little path down the middle. Fucking George Lucas. I guess what I'm trying to say is everything is terrible. Good of the day, you know, everything's awful. So, like whatever you want. It doesn't matter, it all sucks. You know what's weird? This is me in a good mood. Fistful of Gungans, I'd watch that. You know, WJ, the EU can't... Well, okay, yes. This is true of all Star Wars, that just digging into the expanded universe and using what's already there would save writers a lot of time and energy. This is one of my main complaints about Rogue One, is that it invented a bunch of bullshit that already existed. But here's the thing, like, The Mandalorian digs into the expanded universe, and people like it. People like it, and it's good. But, like, Solo did the same thing, and nobody liked that movie, and I don't understand why. Solo dug into the expanded universe and used a lot of things out of it, and people panned that fucking movie. So, you know, congratulations, we're not going to get any more like that. Disney is so risk-averse. I loved Solo. Solo was a perfectly fine fucking movie, and I don't understand why it got panned the way that it did. Of all the movies for people to suffer from, like, Star Wars fatigue, it had to be the one that I liked. Instead, we're gonna get more fucking Rogue One? Fuck you. WJ, yeah, they changed a number of things, but they also dug into the EU for a number of things on top of that. Let me ask you this. How many Star Wars movies can you think of where they use the words Teras Kasi? Huh? Now, the problem is that Episode 8 came out at all. And you're probably right. That, and there were all the shooting issues with... Who is it? The guys who did the Lego movie, and then they brought in Ron Howard. I think that if Solo had been more colorful, less drab, more playful, leaning into the comedic elements and away from the serious elements, it honestly would have been a better movie. Yeah, everybody seemed to love Donald Glover as Lando, which... You know, what's surprising is I went in expecting for Donald Glover to be the standout performance and for, what's his name, Arlen Ehrenreich, who played Han Solo, to be less impressive. That was what I had decided before I saw the movie was going to be true. And I saw the movie, and Donald Glover was fine. He felt like he was doing a Billy D. Williams impression. Like he was at a party and someone said, hey, Donald, do your Lando. You know, and he was a few drinks down and he kind of did his Lando off the cuff. That's how it felt to me. Arlen Ehrenreich really nailed Solo as a character without just doing an impression of a young Harrison Ford. And that's much more what I was looking for. It reminds me of Karl Urban's performance in the Star Trek movies, where it's like he's doing Doc McCoy, but he's not just impersonating DeForest Kelley. And that's tricky. That's very, very tricky, but I liked it. More of the first encounters with Chewie or Lando and less of the great monorail robbery. See, that was the part of the movie I liked. And I mean, obviously, we're all coming at this from different directions, but like, I could have gone for more fucking train heists. I could have gone for more, robberies, and I really liked the quadruple cross there at the end. When he was like, aha, obviously you've double-crossed me, and he's like, no, that's the super double-cross is I didn't double-cross you. And in not double-crossing you when you expect the double-cross, I triple-crossed you. Like, ooh, okay, yeah, I'm on board. Like, Han Solo is just brash and stupid enough to try something like that. Something that no one would expect because it's so fucking stupid. That is right up there as far as expanding character elements that we know about. That is the natural extension of, we're not actually going into an asteroid field. Pfft, they'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they? You're not actually gonna just hand him the MacGuffin, are you? He's like, he never would expect it. He was right. Also could have gone for more of Woody Harrelson's character. I liked him. Yeah, they did. And I appreciated that it was kind of, like, it wasn't that he had to grow into the Han we know, it's that he was bad at being Han in the movie, and he had to sort of get better at it. He had to learn a couple of hard lessons, he had to stop relying on other people as much, and he had to develop his bravado a little bit. It was already there, but it was underdeveloped. When he was bluffing Enfys Nest. It's like, you see that ship over there? I got 30 mercs. I snap my fingers and they're gonna come out guns blazing. And the ship just fucking takes off and he's like, fuck. Like, okay, let's try something else. Kept seeing Woody the bartender. Okay. Not that many people are familiar with Cheers these days. That is a dated reference. I'm playing the same character for 20 years. Hey, why not? It worked for Kevin Costner. Why not Woody Harrelson? I think Woody Harrelson's more likable. But yeah, he pretty much is the same guy in everything. I am a dated reference. Oh god, I know the feeling, Turjan, I do. You don't have to do this step that I'm doing here for these bases, by the way. I just do it so that I've got a little bit of brown. A little bit of warmth between the stones once I do the dry brushing. This is probably the most time-consuming step of the process. It's really not necessary. Thanks! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Speaking of Storm Chasers, there's Dr. Rhino. How you doing today, man? There are a lot of actors like that, though. Like, shit, what's his name? Roland, help me out. Stand-up comedian. He was in that drama about firefighters, and he was in Demolition Man, and his name is right on the tip of my tongue. I can see his face, I can hear his voice, and his name is... You know it. Dennis Leary, Shock21, thank you so much. Yeah, Dennis Leary. Now, admittedly, Dennis Leary has going for him that he was a stand-up comic and he did a lot of his own stuff, including some albums. But you put Dennis Leary in a movie, or a show even, what does he do? He plays Dennis Leary. Nothing strictly wrong with that, as long as you know to expect it. He's an asshole, lo, la lee, la lo. Oh, those were the good old days. Unfortunately, that whole self-declared asshole thing was something that a lot of genuine assholes latched onto after that, and then it stopped being funny. It was funny for like 20 minutes, and those were good times. And then a bunch of people were like, ho ho ho, yeah, I'm an asshole, and we were like, yeah, we know. Like, we knew before this. Oh god, he's just gonna get worse, isn't he? Dennis Leary versus Bill Burr. Yeah, but like actually punching one another, and they're allowed to drink as much as they want beforehand. That would be a scrappy fucking fight right there. Oof. It'd be like that scene in They Live. You know the one I'm talking about. Or if you don't, then you need to watch They Live. It's just Roddy Piper and Keith David like kicking each other in the nuts for 30 minutes. It's not 30 minutes, but I swear to God, that fight, someone has to have timed that fight. It must be at least like a 10-15 minute scene of them just beating the shit out of each other. and they'll get tired, and they'll slow down and be like, oh, all breathing heavy and can't stand up, and then one will get a little bit more energy and he'll just fucking slug the other one again, and then it starts over. Almost ready to start dry brushing. Almost there. That was precisely the scene I was just talking about, Project Dark Fox. Roddy Piper, Keith David, they live. Oh, good luck, Sumitha. It's cold where we are right now. Sumitha and I, it's very chilly. Hey, Gus Schultz, how you doing today, my friend? Hope you're having a good one up in the great frozen north. Slowly working on the Dugram. I am glad to hear it, man. I cannot wait to see what you do with that. I've been thinking about, guys, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I've been thinking about pulling down a lot of my free stuff from Thingiverse. It wasn't a problem for a while, but I'm starting to really sympathize with like Ion Raptor, where it's just like every other day I'm finding someone new on Etsy selling my shit, and it's like, at first I thought I was okay with it, but I don't like it. I don't like I mean, the thing that slows me down is I'm like, okay, but what about people without 3D printers who just want these sculpts? You know, somebody's got to make it for them. Do I really expect each and every one of them to go find a friend with a resin printer? It's not like I'm selling prints of it. Is it really that bad if someone else is making a few bucks? But I just... that was not their purpose. The purpose of those sculpts is not to make anybody money. Like, I could have sold them. Easily, I could have sold them. I could have put them up for money, but I felt uncomfortable making money off of them when they were the work of one of my favorite Japanese artists. Not that he would have given a shit. It was just a meaningless moral/ethical stand of mine, but I do have a problem with other people making money on it, and I'm not entirely sure how to approach it, how to think about it. It's just bothering me. I reported 3 different Etsy stores today for selling prints of my Dugram figures. Yeah, Data Nerd, that's the thing, like, there have been a few people who've asked me, who've come to me and sent me a message and said, hey, people want me to print these for them, is that cool with you? And in each case, I've gone, yeah, sure, that's fine, go ahead. In a number of cases, they've sent me some royalties for it, like, I'll send you, like, you know, 50 cents from every sale that I make, and I'm like, it's very, you know, that's kind of you, thank you. It's really nothing, it's not like I rely on that income or anything. It was just nice, and I don't mind if they do it. These fuckers on Etsy. I don't know. By the way, I see your Last Crusade reference, Dr. Rhino, and I appreciate it. Your continuation of the Last Crusade reference. It belongs in a museum. So do you. And then he punches 3 men with the same fist. Wait, does he punch 2 or does he punch 3? He punches multiple people with one punch. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3. It might be 3. It's pretty ridiculous. $1 million to get it. You'd probably have to pay more than $1 million, Dr. Rhino. And if you got Harrison Ford to, like, show up and record it, he would just look like a fucking homeless person. Like, it's another $1 million to get him to cut his fucking hair and shave. Because they couldn't get him to do that for Rise of Skywalker. He showed up looking like a fucking homeless schlub, like he'd been just laying on his couch for the last 3 years. He looked so bad. And, like, I wonder, like, could that have been a stylistic choice? It's a weird one. He didn't look that bad when he died. And then Harrison strolls in, and he looks like a homeless person. Project Dark Fox, thank you. He's like, yeah, sure, whatever, I'll do the fucking part. It's another $1 million if you want me to brush my teeth. It's fine, Harrison. Just, it's fine. With 900 years old, you reach. Smell is good, you will not. This music sounds like the background music for a mobile game. Oh, thank you, Square. Quit my damn slouching. Or music from Diablo 2. Has anyone played the Diablo 2 remaster? Didn't it come out? Diablo 2 reinvigorated, Diablo 2 regurgitated, whatever it's called. Diablo 2 Fuck You, Pay Me Again edition. Diablo 2 We're Completely Out of Ideas edition. I don't remember the name. Diablo 2 Even I'm Surprised People Are Still Paying Me edition. Whereas Riot Sister insists on putting it Diablo 2 Big ol' wiener joke. It's funny because it's about wieners. Remonetized. I agree, fuck Blizzard. I'm just vaguely curious if anybody's has any thoughts on it. Other than fuck Blizzard, which is a perfectly valid thought. It was tasteful, at least. That... You have an interesting definition of tasteful, Riot Sister. Wagon wheel, brown on the sign there a little bit. That should be enough. Alright, it's about time to do a little bit of dry brushing. I heard about the server issues, but that's something that I'm like, I'm not going to pass judgment on early game release server issues. Admittedly, Blizzard should know better given the amount of multiplayer gaming that they profit off of, but, you know, whatever. Whatever, I say. Alright, we're going to start off with a little bit of heavy blue-gray, mixed with a touch of black. Using some of my super expensive US Art Supply acrylic paint here. Fuck yeah, Dr. Rhino. Good work, man. By the way, it's good to see you, Plank Walker. How you doing? Okay. Heavy blue-gray with a touch of black mixed in. Get myself a nice dark gray. Alright, now we're going to go at this hot, heavy, and aggressive, boys. Load up the brush. Wipe off most but not all. And away we go. That's good for an initial coat. On to the next one. Yeah, I saw that a minute ago. I didn't get a chance to say anything, Dr. Rhino, but you're painting some Judge Dredd on commission, eh? Those are the Warlord Games figures? How do you like them? Remember when you're doing something like this, like dry brushing cobblestone, it doesn't have to be perfectly uniform. Some stones are going to be darker and lighter than others, so just kind of, you know, mix it up, play it by ear. The magnet for this is in the middle, so it wants to keep rotating around that central point. It's okay. Doesn't really matter. This step isn't too dependent on being directionally sound. Painted a Judge Dredd thug to look like Sam Elliott. Did you write Drock on his back in big, bright letters? I'm glad you like the look of them, Dr. Rhino. I've got a few different base sets in the works right now. These ones took the longest because I was redeveloping the mechanical aspects of it as I made them, and the next few are going to be much more copy-paste than these ones are, but I'm glad you like the look of them. I'd love to see some undead on these. And I kind of designed it to look like an old, decrepit road. Yeah, waits for Q1 2022. They're coming, baby. They're coming. I'm excited for the Old Dominion reveals, too. I've always liked undead factions. I've always been a fan of, you know, zombie hordes and skeletons and shit like that. That's who I played in Rune Wars. They had a particularly fun undead faction because they were all like Ray Harryhausen skeletons. I also liked in their lore the way the reanimates in Rune Wars were set up, because they weren't just mindless, replaceable, reanimated skeletons. Like, they were, but they were based on a limited resource. There were the original Deathborn Legionnaires, who were the first undead with the Wykar faction, that were turned from living men into skeletons. And then each time one of them died, their bones were ground up into powder, and those bones were used to raise more skeletons. And then when those skeletons died, they were ground up and used to make more skeletons, and each successive generation got, like, dumber and weaker as it went down. So, like, eventually they can run out of skeletons, but it'll be after they have degenerated to complete mindlessness. Yeah, zombie legionnaires. I love the idea of, like, a grand civilization in decline being the undead faction, and not just your traditional, they're necromancers. Mix up a touch more gray. Oh, we're feeling awful spicy and nihilistic today, aren't we, Roland? I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. How do we keep our greatness going forever? Zombies? I don't know. Let's give it a try and see if it sticks. What's the worst that could happen? Right? A couple of zombos never hurt nobody. Very carefully when making these, and this is something that people may care about or may not. I hate it when there are individual details on bases that are tray and base like this, where the detail crosses over and gets cut in half. So you'll notice that all the stones are arranged in such a way that none of them cross over the borders. I'm probably the only person who gives a shit, but, you know, ultimately I did make them for me, so... When are we going to do some more Doom Patrol? So I was honestly thinking possibly this Saturday. We didn't for a little bit there because Kursala and Data Nerd had things going on the weekends, and I wasn't able to do the Saturday after we did that first burst of Doom Patrol. So I was going to hit up Discord later and see if people were up for this Saturday. Failing this Saturday, next Saturday is what I'm going to shoot for. We need to figure out what we're going to watch for Halloween, because we're going to have a movie night around the same time that Halloween is rolling around. I have a few ideas. Favorite Halloween movies I'm going to put in the list for voting. Trick or Treat is a Halloween favorite of mine. Monster Squad is another one. I'm open to suggestions. I'm not going to put Halloween in the running because I don't really like that movie very much, and you're just going to have to deal with that. I spent all my John Carpenter love on his other better movies like Escape from New York and They Live and The Thing. Little bit of love for vampires, but not as much for Halloween. Fantastic, Data Nerd. Then we'll probably do some more Doom Patrol this weekend on the Discord. The Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know how much Tim Burton I can take. Here's my question. Do you mean Dog Soldiers, Dr. Rhino? Because if you're talking about Dog Soldiers, I'm on board. What We Do in the Shadows is a good pick, and honestly, I would like to watch What We Do in the Shadows, the movie, again. I'd like to talk about something with you guys, briefly, and you might not care. Let me know, if you care, if you don't care. Give me your 2 cents. Vergaderung hitting that 21 months. Aha, there's a button. And what a button it is, Vergaderung. Thank you so much for that resub. Guys, could we get a shout out, pretty please, for Vergaderung, a painter you need to be following. He doesn't stream very often, but when he does, oh man, he does some amazing Battletech work. I'm not enjoying the new season of What We Do in the Shadows. I'm watching it, and I'm just... The simplest critique that I can give is I'm not laughing. And it's weird, and it struck me a few episodes in. I was like, usually by now I'm laughing quite a bit more. Or at all. Usually I'm laughing for this show. I've said things about the show in the past. I've said them to my wife, things like, I think this show is possibly better than the original movie because it refines and expands on the ideas in the movie more, and then season 3 comes along and it's just kind of... I can't quite put my finger on exactly what it is that's wrong. Now, I was curious about it, if other people felt the same way, so I kind of looked around online a bit, and I did discover one thing. I don't want to say this is what it is, but Jermaine Clement left the writing team this season to go work on his new show. I think it's called Wellington Paranormal. That's the only thing I can point to as possibly being responsible for the shift. The writing feels less witty, less clever, more blunt, more crass, which I realize that's ironic to say about a show that has quite so many, like, dick and fart jokes in it, where in the first season one of the characters was sculpting a topiary into vulva as a joke. But this new season is just like, it's just characters yelling at each other, and the characters feel very Flanderized, like they just pick one specific trait of them and that's their whole character now. I don't know. I'm really quite disappointed. And again, the clearest problem I can give is just that when I watch the show, I don't laugh, and when I see a new episode, like on Hulu, I'm not excited. And I'm not happy about it. I need to watch Wellington Paranormal, though, because, Jermaine Clement is definitely a fucking amazing writer. And I want to know what he's working on. He does immature humor, but he does it with a subtlety that's difficult to mimic, Yeah, it is, Roland, but he's writing it, is the thing. And that's why I want to give it a chance, because, like, if that's got the spark, if that's got the magic, then I'll be able to put my finger on it and go, okay, it's Jermaine Clement. He's the reason. He's the disconnect. I wouldn't find that surprising. Jermaine Clement's a fantastic writer. I love the original What We Do in the Shadows. I love Flight of the Conchords. Almost anything Jermaine Clement has been responsible for writing is delightful. I wish that they had gone ahead and done their project We're Wolves, but they never got around to it. Maybe they will one day, who knows. Because the werewolves and What We Do in the Shadows were a wonderful part of it. But, coming around to the main point, I think that this Halloween would be a great time to watch What We Do in the Shadows, because that movie is still just magnificent. Werewolves, not swearwolves. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I don't know. We'll just pay attention. What about Chuck here? Chuck, what are you laughing at? Oh, I'm just laughing with the group. See, he knows what he's doing. I'm just laughing with the group. I love the werewolves and what we do in the shadows. They're hilarious. They're like dogs. Werewolves, not swearwolves. I love when they start to transform and they get angry because they haven't had a chance to change their clothing yet. They're like, ah, shit, we're gonna ruin our clothes. Like, like they're usually on top of it, but they got goaded into transforming by the fucking vampires. Also the source of my favorite, I mean, obviously Jermaine Clement himself is hilarious in that movie, and I always love his remark on vampires drinking virgin blood. It's like, you know, there's a lot of rumors and a lot of myths about drinking virgin blood. It's not really a requirement of ours. How could I explain it best? I suppose, think about if you were gonna eat a sandwich, you would feel better knowing that no one had fucked it. And you know what? By God, he's right. Yes, that is absolutely true. Stila Rebel, how are you doing today? How's your day going? Just getting started? I hope that you started off with some coffee before you came in here. At the very least. Thank you so much for getting that shout out. Folks, if you've enjoyed any of my oil painting escapades, if you enjoy anything about this stream, can I recommend you go give Stila Rebel a follow. If you are in the Western Hemisphere? Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. Is the planet divided into hemispheres, east and west? I'm having a major brain fart. Is that like a thing? I feel like it is. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't seem like... If you are in the Americas or Europe, she might stream a little bit late for you. But if you're like me and a fucking night owl anyway, that shouldn't bother you too terribly. One of the most talented oil painters I know, and a big personal inspiration. Which, we gotta do a little bit of footwork, Stila, because she and I want to do another multi-stream coming up here beginning of next month. I think is what we're shooting for. End of this month, beginning of next month. Fantastic. Stila, you know what? They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and every time you're not here makes the next time you stop in all the sweeter. We're almost done with the bulk of the dry brushing. Only a few coats, a few rounds of lighter shades to go as we work through this. I'm going to take a short break from the dry brushing to let all that we have done here kind of set before the next round, and I think I'll go ahead and assemble the now dry Theist Priest. Give my dry brush a little rinse here. Particularly when you're dry brushing, folks, remember to clean your brush the moment you're done using it. It's just going to save you time, effort, and headache later. You know, I've consumed a lot of vampire fiction in my life, and I've gotten into different authors at various times. Obviously, everybody was into Anne Rice in the 90s. I never really liked the sexualization of vampires is an interesting topic because it's always been a part of them in their lore. Even in Bram Stoker's Dracula, the sort of sexual nature of Dracula, it was in the book, but it wasn't that he had sex with people. It was that he was seductive. Human beings found him seductive due to his mesmeric ways. But he was just a beast of hunger. Yeah, Carmilla. No, you're absolutely correct, WJ. It's, you know, most people don't mention Carmilla, but yes. But it was, I believe even in Carmilla's case, it was more of like, you know, like sexual in the way that like a Venus flytrap is, in that it simulates the reproductive messages, signals of creatures to lure them in. But ultimately, it's just hungry. It's monstrous and it consumes them. It doesn't... Yeah, they have to be alluring. But then Anne Rice introduced... and she's not the first, but, you know, popularized the notions of vampires actually participating in the sexual act. And that was weird. To me. I don't know, I feel like it kind of lost something. And obviously World of Darkness had to expand on it a great deal more, and World of Darkness was largely based on Anne Rice's vampires. And then you get Twilight, where vampires are having babies with humans, and that raises so many questions. Like, how do they have fluids? Let's not think too much about this.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. I think they would have, though, Riot Sister. Like, Dracula wasn't, as far as I know, capable of experiencing any pleasures beyond his bestial consumption. The pleasures of the flesh for vampires are the consumption of vital essence. Of course, as I recall, Dracula was also like a little, not stupid. His brain, his human brain, his reasoning brain was somewhat overcome with the bestial animal instincts of being a vampire. And I have not read Bram Stoker's Dracula in over a decade, mind you, so please correct me if I'm remembering this wrong. I remember it being mentioned, though, that he was regularly overcome by his bestial nature, and it was only the fact that he was particularly intelligent in life, that he was a particularly intelligent, reasoning man when he was one, that allowed him to overcome that. He would almost succumb to his bestial urges regularly. I think that was mentioned a number of times when Jonathan Harker was in the castle in the beginning of the book. Like, Dracula he knew that he had to use Jonathan Harker as his introduction to London. He was using him to sort of get out of the local area where everyone knew what he was and move on. So he knew that he had to keep him healthy to a degree. But he was nearly overcome with the desire to just eat him on a number of occasions. We don't speak of that, Rockin' Robin. Really? Now, to be fair, there's a lot of vampire folklore from a lot of different places, WJ, but let me see here. Forget the Dhampir, actual being from the old Romanian myths, came about when a vampire shagged a person, usually a deceased vampire husband shagging his wife. What an interesting use of the word shag. Vampirs were renowned as vampire hunters with supernatural powers. That part of Vampire Hunter D was based on it. I was unaware of that. He was called Young by Stoker. Yeah, I remember there being something about that. I couldn't remember exactly how it was phrased, but yeah, young and not as smart. Sort of more animalistic. More of a beast. Which is one of the reasons that I liked the BBC Dracula series they did a little while ago. They really did a good job of making him into more of the beast that he is supposed to be. Like, he stank. And I think people forget that about Dracula specifically, Bram Stoker's Dracula, the way he was written. Like, he stank. He was unpleasant. He made you feel uncomfortable just being around him. Oh, Steal a Rebel, I wanted to show you something. As far as being uncomfortable to be around people and you being in the stream. This is... Have you seen Steal a Rebel in particular? Have you seen my progress on this oily painted boy? I'm pretty happy with it so far. He still needs work. His face and hair are decidedly unfinished, as is his cat cloak. But I'm feeling pretty good about the armor. I credit this to you, Stila. It is watching you that had given me the inspiration and the courage to approach this. I'm pretty happy with it. I definitely leaned into more of a brassy color than strictly a gold color, because gold can have a lot of complex tones in it, like purples and violets and whatnot, and I definitely went more yellow rather than brown with it, so I'm thinking kind of brassy. Ooh, your Sanguinius is done. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. Rockin' Robin over here, stealing my thunder. That's fucking awesome, dude. I want to see it. I want to see it. I think Stila and I had this conversation about vampires before, when I was just very selfishly telling her my favorite versions of vampires are the more animalistic, kind of rotten ones. We're all pretty fucking weird here, Project Dark Fox. Alright, Vergaderong, you have a fun time at work, buddy. I am very particular about my vampires. Not for any good reason, mind you. I'm very particular about a lot of things. I found early on in my life that it was a great substitute for actually having a personality. And as a result, I've never had to develop one. Which, you know, if you have that problem too, consider just being really, really edgy. A lot of people won't notice that there's nothing to you at all if you're just really edgy and contrarian about everything. I do, parts of it, Plankwalker. The Vampire the Masquerade lore is the thing. Like, it's very utilitarian. It serves a purpose, and that purpose is providing a game world in which to play. And as such, there are parts of it I like and parts of it that I don't. But that's how it's written. It's written so that parts will appeal to some people and not to others. It's not, you know, a piece of art. It's not some grand story being told by a visionary. It is a game world. That is up until the most recent edition of Vampire the Masquerade, where the writers at, was it White Wolf Press, went out of their fucking minds and wrote some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, and then had their own publishing rights taken away from them. The current system is just fine, but the Forgotten edition, released just before White Wolf lost their publishing rights, was batshit crazy. I have no idea, WJ. I have no clue. I hadn't heard that the reboot was... Now, hold on. I'm under the impression that there is a current edition. Like 2018, pun expected. I think it was 2018 that White Wolf released a new edition of Vampire the Masquerade. And they changed a bunch of stuff around, and so anything since then would have been a new edition designed to replace it. So I think the 5th edition, which is the current one, was the one that was designed to replace the edgelord version. That was just crazy. Scar some marks in here, because this is where the head's gonna glue to. Yeah, it was weird and edgy and political, and they, like, took the opportunity to write a bunch of, like, anti-Muslim and anti-gay stuff into the setting, and it was like, ooh, maybe not that, guys. Maybe not that. Holy shit. I may drill these. arm connections. That just might make me more comfortable. Line them up before I decide. I'll probably drill the feet, too. At least one of the feet. You don't have to drill both feet, but one pin helps. Yeah, it was brief, pun expected. It was like blink and you could miss it brief. The fan response to it was violent. And they got rid of it very quickly. They wrote in... I don't remember what country it was. It might have been... It's an Eastern European country. I don't think it was the Ukraine. The Ukraine isn't even the right way to say it. But, they wrote in that there was a city where the... I don't even want to talk about it. If I'm being honest, I don't want to talk about it. It's gross. You can probably look it up online. If you just look for, like, World of Darkness White Wolf controversy, you'll probably find it. Like, I started to try to talk about it, and I realized, like, it's really gross and kind of upsetting. It has to do with state-sponsored mass murders and shit. It was not great. Yeah, I think a pin is warranted here. I should be able to go pretty much straight on. So let me take my little drill here. Is that a chapter mage? Manix the Lemur, this is a theist priest that I just got in moments before the stream started, and I decided I wanted to work on a little bit here. Take my teeny tiny little drill bit here, which should be about 0.8 millimeters. Everyone come up with any models for the vote yet? Are we only using free ones? So we are only using free ones. I have had 1 or 2 suggestions I need to fire your way. I figure I might as well let people know. Yeah, we are going to be we're going to be doing a vote. Steel Rebel and I are going to be doing another dual stream where we paint the same model at the same time. However, this time, something I would like to do is invite you fine folk to participate in our little paint-along. That is the wrong pin. This is the one that I want. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a poll put up of free model files, and y'all will be able to put in your votes for which one we are going to print and paint, and it'll be something that you have access to so that you can print and paint along with us. And then we are going to go ahead and have a Supercell Storm Report devoted to everybody posting the model, the specific model that we painted together, their paint job of it. This thing is amazing, Manix the Lemur. This is the Tamiya electric handy drill. This is a hobby kit unto itself. It comes on a sprue with a bunch of parts, and you have to build it. It's actually a pretty fun little build, and it's a wonderful little drill. I love this thing. I also have one of the WoW Stick pen drills, which I use for some things, but it doesn't have exactly the size bit that I want, so I kind of use both. Notice the difference between the box model and the model you get. No. It looks pretty much the same. Is there a difference? I'm not seeing it if there is one. Nope, nope, I do see it. It's his belt. On the box, his belt crosses over his little hangy-do, and on here, his belt goes underneath it. Is that the only difference? Now you got me, like, looking like fucking Where's Waldo. Looks like maybe he has some extra hangies up here on his lapels. And maybe the helmet is slightly different. The helmet on the box has a funny little dealie on top of it, and this one doesn't. So I'm going with the belt is different, and it's missing the dealie on top of his... Ha, you know what? I found 2! Siromishi, I found two differences. But yes, there is the dealy bopper on his head is missing, and also his belt is slightly different. Fair dues. Killing the old setting of almost any tabletop game is it's always been a mistake. They keep doing it, hoping to refresh old properties, but pardon my drilling, folks. That's plenty deep. With all the dealy boppers and the thingamajiggers and the whoozy wutzers. See how this fits on before I go drilling into it. I think straight on is probably just fine.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
What are you up to today, Steela? What are you working on? We got some pretty highbrow jokes around these parts. It's true. Prepping some minis. What you prepping? What you prepping? What you painting? What you painting? I want to know. By the way, if you do a lot of drilling into soft plastic models, this is a little scribing stylus. It has a magnet on one end, which I actually use for a lot of magnetizing purposes, and then it has a little tungsten carbide tip. Use this to just kind of create a little pilot divot for drilling into soft resins and plastics. Works on most metals, soft metals for models as well. Another wave of Japanese style minis coming. I have to paint some KDM. Oh yeah, oh that's exciting. Your style on KDM minis is gonna look fucking amazing, Steela. Those minis are like made for your type of painting, which is to say, lewd and lascivious. You can laugh all you want. I dare you to tell me I'm wrong. Oh, absolutely, Data Nerd. I've drilled straight through models before. You kind of learn to be careful and control your angles and just go very gentle. It's not always the worst thing in the world. You put the pin through, you clip it off, you green stuff the hole a little bit, you move on. In the case of drilling into feet, I always recommend drilling into the heel, because the heel is going to line up with the leg, and you want to drill up through the leg and not through the foot. So always drill your holes through the heel. Double, triple check your alignment. Yeah, I've learned nanotanks to keep my fingers away from the potential exit points. of the drill. I have drilled right into my hand far too many times. And once is arguably too many. Sam Mini! My, oh my, coming in with the raid. Pardon me with the drill for a moment, people. I want to make sure I get all the way through his foot and into the resin body proper, because otherwise you have a weak point at the ankle. Sam Mini, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing today, Sam Mini? Only recently followed Sam Mini myself. Only had a chance to stop into a couple of streams. Very talented painter, though. Good community over there. What were you up to today? Check my depth there. That should be about right there. So yeah, that's getting into the body proper. Painting a little barbarian girl. Oh my. I'm gonna have to see this. Ever do anything fun with the plastic string that the drill make? What is there to do, WJ? I mostly throw that away. Welcome in, Raiders. We're working on some Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings today. Sam Mini, I hope your stream went well. We do an art share at the end of every stream, known as the Storm Report. Sam Mini, if you felt like popping into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and posting a work in progress of what you were working on, I would love to see it, and I would love to show it here on the stream. I'm not going to bother drilling his head, because there's just a very, very slim likelihood that this joint is ever going to come under any kind of stress. I think scoring and gluing is more than secure enough for how deep his collar is. That bad, Stig? Oh my. Alright. For pins, I use paper clips. So I'm going to clip a couple of straights here. And I like to take one of my little needle files and just kind of score up the length of it real quick. Give it some tooth for the glue to grab onto, because otherwise this like zinc coating is really slick. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Sam Mini. Again, I hope you had a fantastic stream. If you're posting the Storm Report, I look forward to seeing your work. And yeah, we're on a very kind of procedural, less focused stream today. Usually I'll be focused on a particular model or something, but we're working on some bases and some new figures for Conquest. I just got this figure in right before we started streaming, so I figured I'd do a quick build on it. We'll dab a super glue right at the end there. And I'm gonna work this. If you go to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat, or by clicking the little Discord button down below the chat box, and then go to the channel marked The Storm Report, you can post up to 2 pictures there, and we'll show them right here on the stream. And we'll talk about them a little bit. And thanks again for bringing your people in, Sam Mini. Again, a recent follow of mine, but a very talented painter. I'm very, very curious about seeing more of your work. Oh, I need one more. One more for his little footy foot. This, by the way, is an old shitty pair of flush cutters that I pretty much only use for cutting pins now. I wouldn't use it for anything else. It's all scarred up and pitted and... does fine for this, though. We are, for today, Mannix the Lemur, because we had an unscheduled cancellation for Tuesday. So 2 pictures, plus if you have 10,000 channel points, you can redeem them for the channel point redemption This Just In, which will get you 1 more slot in the Storm Report. From this point on, it's going to be 1 each, plus 2 redemptions of This Just In. For tonight, it's 2 each with 1 redemption, for a maximum of 3 each time. Captain Mad Love. Now, I didn't want to launch into talking about that Captain Mad Love, because I only barely noted it when I was looking at Sam Minnie's work. I was like, my impression was, this gentleman has been painting for a long, long time. And I noted that there were a few awards and a couple of really impressive looking figures, but I hadn't had the time to really dig through the backlog yet, so I didn't want to just be like, oh my god, this guy's amazing, he's won all these awards, because I can't say specifically. But I had noticed that. I'm yet beginning my journey of exploring Sam Minnie's work. My impression is that Sam Minnie is of the old guard of miniature painters, which I consider myself to be a late joiner too, but still very much part of my origins in this hobby. How you doing today, Captain Madlove? It's good to see you. Oh, hold up. You need to go in further than that. Oh, what's the struggle here? I know I drilled you a whole lot further than that. I don't want to put too much pressure on this ankle, though. Let's see. I'm gonna get glue on my drill bit like an idiot, but it needs to happen. So he's not a part of the modern Instagram look at me generation, is what you're saying. Bunch of drama queens and show-offs that we are. Not even being sarcastic, we are. Let's see if that helped. Certainly should have. Fantastic, Sam Minnie. Thank you so much for doing that, man. I'm looking forward to taking a look at it. That's better. It's actually up in the resin body of the Mini proper this time. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of unfold this a little bit more. Flatten it out a little bit. There we go. This music is so creepy and downbeat, and I need it to change. Pretzel, I need you to do better. I need you to be better, okay? There we go. There we go. That is better. Let me test the length here against the base. Okay. If I clip it down here, it'll still go all the way through, which is what I want. Speaking of clipping. Thanks to places where the tree support moves in funky ways, somewhere in the neighborhood of 370 layers into an 815 layer print. Kira says 5 hours to 11 hours, 5 hours to go, because apparently the person who wrote Kira's time yeah, Kira's a little bit nuts on time estimation and material use estimation. It has a rough time. A little stringing isn't always the end of the world, at least. That's a good question, Data Nerd. What would you say, Sam Mini, of all the awards that you have won, not even necessarily awards, maybe competitions you've done, accolades you've received, which one means the most to you? I confess I'm curious. There we go. That went in pretty good. Pond Burn. 21 means drink time, right? In the States, it certainly does. Your sub is old enough to drink? Well, at least it will be in another, 18 years and a couple of months, anyway. Captain Madlove, thank you so much for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. We can get a shout-out, by the way. Did we get a shout-out for Captain Madlove? We certainly should. She is Twitch mini painting alumni. If you're not already following her, you should do yourself a favor and go drop one so you can catch her next time she goes on. Won a few things mostly in Europe. Last one is a gold in fantasy at the Gibraltar show. Interesting. I feel like Europe... And correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Europe is a harder win than a lot of places in the States. The European market for miniature painting and fantasy, just wargaming in general, is... I don't necessarily want to say older, because we've definitely had mini painting in the States for a long time, but... a lot of what we understand as modern wargaming was really born in, like, England and Europe, and not so much here. Really picky, yeah, like, they've just been doing it for a long fucking time. They've seen all the tricks, so to speak. Those Europeans are weird, right? Especially those Italians, who even understands them? God. Am I right? Am I right, Class A? I probably said that wrong. Alright, so I'm just going to line this so that the tassel is hanging straight down. B. Cerise, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright. Hey, I didn't get it wrong, you guys. That's awesome. You know what? I need to drink some water, Data Nerd. I really do. Oh my lord. Prometheus OG. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I think kind of like that. Head tilted slightly downward is going to be the winner. Just like so. Kind of looking in the direction that he's holding his his hand. So, Prometheus, this is a theist priest from Parabellum Wargames Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, for the 100 Kingdoms faction. I just got it in the mail right before I went on stream, so I decided to go ahead and build it, because I think this is going to be one of my next oil paint jobs. So I'm trying to line it up so he's looking in the direction that he's reaching with his hand, kind of just like so, with his head tilted downward as it wants to be. With his single visible eye slit. I don't know what the hell the deal is there. He has one eye. That's okay, though. It's a really, an excellent game with a really, really great series of figures. We've been working on a lot of this lately. If you go to my Instagram, my latest post, other than the announcement for this stream, are the 100 Kingdoms Men-at-Arms that I just finished. Oh, I saw the Apex Predator. Oh, yes. Arcrave, yes. Wash everything. Just as a general rule, because there's, you know, you do need to watch this, you don't need to watch this. Technically, there's a conversation to be had there about when mold release is used, so on and so forth. I'll tell you what, the easy answer. You can never go wrong washing something before you paint it, before you glue it, before you prime it, before you do anything. You can never hurt it by washing it. So just always wash it. Just always. If you have any curiosities about Conquest, please feel free to ask. By the way, anybody who might be interested. I'm taking quite an interest in it lately myself. The tip of his sword is extending slightly below his feet, which is not necessarily problematic since I'm going to situate him standing on a rock. I could kind of have it hanging off. But I might leave his hand unglued until I actually put him on his base, just so I'm sure it's not going to interfere. But hey, there's most of the construction on the Theist Priest. I'm looking forward to painting this guy. He has a really, really cool design to him. Set him aside for now. The Wahadrun are my biggest temptation for, at this point, a third faction, because I own 100 Kingdoms, and I own Spire Elves. I'm gonna work on my Spires and my 100 Kingdoms for a while before I let myself buy into Wahadrun, and I figure if I delay that long, by the time I'm ready for another faction, they will have released Old Dominion or City-States by then, because City-States I really want to buy. I love their whole Greek aesthetic. I love the idea of having big minotaurs on monster bases. You know, that just seems awesome to me. You can always have more things to paint, Arcrave. You can always have more things to paint. Never forget that. God, I am a font of such good advice, you guys. Alright. Let's lay down some blue-gray and do another quick round of dry brushing on these bases. Specifically, this is Vallejo Game Extra Opaque Heavy Blue-Gray, one of my favorite fallback colors for a lot of different purposes. Put my drill away, because I'm not going to need it again for... Well, I'm going to leave the drill on it, because I am going to need it with this bit. I'm just going to set it to the side and put the cap on my bit collection here. Collect some of this detritus into the trash with it. I got this on Amazon. It is Gyros brand. It says on it, anyway. It's a good collection of solid drill bits of a lot of fairly common pin sizes. This is one of the better drill bit collections I've found. fairly dry. I think I can use it again. Load up some of the heavy blue-gray, and let's get to work here. Starting from the back. Oh, that's a bit much. See that streaking? You don't want that streaking. You just want to pick up the texture. You don't want to streak. No streaking. It's a good rule in life. It's a good rule for dry brushing. Alright, on to the next one. I'm only going to do one more round of dry brushing after this with a nearly white, kind of blue-gray. Oh, holding out for a Euro. I'm holding on for a Euro to the end of the night. And it's gotta be hot, and it's gotta be fast, and I can't rhyme anything else with fight. Jesus Christ. That's the dumbest thing I've heard all day. And I love it. Yeah, no, that works real well. And it has to be rolled real tight. God, see, Prometheus, you should be doing this. You should be the streamer, clearly. That's good. I like that. If I thought about it before I actually started saying it, I probably could have come up with something. That's the problem with telling jokes as you think of them. Sometimes you get to the end of the sentence and you're like, I didn't come up with anything. Ah, crap. Now I look dumber than usual. It's a combined effort. Yeah, it's teamwork, right? That's how that works. It would fall flat for some people, Roland. It would fall flat for all the fucking Philistines that pronounce it gyro. Like, I'm holding on for a gyro? What the fuck does that mean? That's not a pun. You'd have to explain it. Like, that'd be rough. As we all know, the funniest jokes are the jokes you have to explain to people. It's the pinnacle of humor, is a lecture. Oh, that's a classic A-dodge. That is right up there with, so, you know, two guys walk into a bar and the third one ducks. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Hey! Those aren't good jokes, by the way. Just so we're clear, I'm not saying that that's a good joke. Oof, that's kind of a deep cut at this point, Prometheus. That's, yeah. Like 90s kids will go ha 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 ha, and everyone else will go, who the fuck, the Food Fighters? What? I'm not the person to ask on that one, Arkrave, though we may have some people in chat who can recommend their favorite Battletech novels. I'm not really a fan of almost any of them. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll read some shitty pulp novels. I absolutely will, and I'll enjoy them. But Battletech is pretty much all shitty pulp novels, and I haven't really enjoyed many of them. But, you know, different strokes for different folks. See? Roland has some favorites. And he's almost certainly read more of them than I have. I hesitate to give any recommendation or condemnation because I don't think I've really read enough of them to say more than the handful I've read I didn't like, and I can't speak to any of the rest. Because I haven't really given them that much of a chance. I tried to get back into them with the Proliferation Cycle released as part of the Kickstarter, and I'm sorry, but that shit was terrible. Like, oh my god, the Proliferation Cycle books, at least the first two of them, were so fucking bad, I was just like, never mind. Like, holy hell, guys. I mean, I say this, I'll turn around and be like, have you guys ever read the Stainless Steel Rat or Starfist? Those were great! They're not, they're awful. So, you know, take my opinion with a big fucking grain of salt. I realize, folks, this is probably not the most riveting painting you've ever seen in your life, but, you know, it needs to be done. It needs to be done so that we can move on to some more exciting figures. I like to paint the bases first, by themselves, and then prime the models, and then pin and glue the models to the bases, and then paint the models. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's the best way to do things, but it's just kind of my own personal flow that I've developed, you know? I like to paint the models, the bases, with nothing on them because I get to use big, broad, dry brush strokes like this. It's really easy to do. On the edge of my seat, yeah, Steal a Rebel, but you know, you're kind of a weird chick. You're into some very strange things, and I'm not gonna paint everyone with, you know, strokes that are quite that broad. How do you prime? Airbrush. Airbrush, airbrush, airbrush. I love my... In fact, I use my airbrush mostly for priming. I'll do very, very few paint jobs all the way through to completion with the airbrush, but I prime and zenithal highlight almost everything with my airbrush. I haven't used rattle cans for priming for years now. I think that they're so good at priming that airbrushes, like, that should be the primary reason to invest in one, is just how much better at priming they are than rattle cans. Broad strokes indeed. How you doing, Captain Gingerbeard? Good to see you, man. You just had a fucking revelation. Oh my god. What could it be? Now I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't mean to say I'm excited. I have a very small chair. So I'm kind of always on the edge of my seat. But it's still technically true. The Matrix with Neo, as Neo is with the Oracle and she hands him the cookie. Yeah, she says, by the time you're done eating it, you'll start feeling better. You'll remember, you don't believe in any of this fake crap. You're in charge of your own life. Remember, she says in just the most condescending way. In order to achieve enlightenment, Neo has to enable cookies. Oh no! Neo, you have to turn off your VPN, bro. Oh, that's not... Like, I question your definition of the word revelation, Roland. That's certainly a moment. Yeah, printing some new hex hills up there. I have revisited my workflow and my process, because the hex hills were among the first things I ever did, and I've gotten a lot better at 3D sculpting since then. So we are approaching releasing some new sets and reapproaching those initial sets with some new techniques in mind. Mind blown. Nobody let Roland watch The Usual Suspects. His head might actually explode. Oh, it's okay. He has spares. What's up? What's up, Crest? How you doing? It's been a little while. Spent the last 3 days sleeping for some reason. Just for some reason. Like, genuinely not sure why. You ill, maybe? I'm glad you're awake now, anyway. That's something, right? Just playing catch-up? I mounted the magnet in this one a little bit high, so it tends to rotate more than the others, so I'm gonna hold it with my thumb while I dry brush it. Is the one downfall of the... If you mount the magnet a little high, it can do this little rotation thing a little easier than others. Well, there you go. You're only sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night. Your body's like, alright, we're doing 72 hours and there's nothing you can do about it. Ever directly sprayed cough spray on top of a sore tooth and or swished it around the area with a sore tooth? Not specifically. Generally, if I have a sore tooth, I seek medical attention. You know, broadly speaking. Did you put it on your paint handle to hold it? Not as such. The small magnet doesn't actually hold very well to the magnetic painting handle, unfortunately, or that's something I would be doing. And then for like a grippy painting handle, it's much too wide. I don't have any of the like big painting handles made. Doesn't make much difference, though. Let's do the hero base, and then one more quick round of dry brushing for detailing, and I'm going to call these stones pretty good. I'll probably come in with some other colors, some warmth, and wash it out. You have an appointment this or next week? As long as you've got an appointment, WJ. As for temporary remedies, I can't speak to that. Sorry to hear that you're having a toothache. That is one of the worst pains, just types of pain, as far as shitty pains that are that have a way of dominating, like, the entirety of your attention. Like, they're impossible to ignore. A pain in an extremity you can sometimes forget about, kind of distract yourself from, but like tooth pain and headaches are the kind of pain that it dominates your attention, and it's just miserable. Yikes on a burger. That doesn't bode well. Yeah, I'm glad you've got an appointment, because that's something that needs to be checked out. Like, it's one thing you bite into some hard candy and your tooth hurts. Or even something with a lot of sugar in it. Like, that at least makes sense. But something soft and protein-rich is a little abnormal. Oh, a cap fell off. Well, WJ, I wish you luck with that, and I'm glad that you have an appointment, man. Sorry you have to tough it out until then. That sucks. If anybody does have any home remedies, feel free to recommend them. Though I would reiterate that Twitch channels, even when people are well-meaning, this is just my general disclaimer, Twitch channels are a very poor place to get medical advice. I have to say that, because otherwise somebody's definitely going to sue me. Alright, little gain color ghost gray. For my final round of dry brushing on these bad boys. Rinse off my brush. Give it a proper clean after this, but for the moment, that should do. Clove oil sounds right. I've heard people use clove oil for tooth pain in the past. But I'm, again, no expert. I'm not even... I wouldn't even consider myself a layman. I'm almost completely ignorant. Now, we're going to be much more gentle with this coat, and I'm going to test it, actually. See, it's kind of streaky. Wipe off some more. That's better. You see how that's just picking up? Like, there's still some streaks in it, but it's mostly picking up the texture of my glove. That's just about right. There we go. Still be pretty aggressive with it, but you're mostly picking up edges and raised bits. Look at that, isn't that nice? Look how simple that is to do. Go a little heavier than that, actually, I think. Simple and effective. particularly if you've got a nice, deep texture to work with. Which is why I try to make my files as dry brush friendly as I can the vast majority of the time. There are a lot of things that file and model designers can do to help painters in the final steps, and I don't think enough designers out there are considering that. It's one of the reasons I always compliment Games Workshop. You know, love or hate their business practices, they make eminently paintable models. Designed with painters in mind. Have you thought about making a semi-joke building for Trinity City? That was Vergaderung crest. Yeah, the Kerensky's fried chicken and the Irby burger, those are Vergaderungs. He's a regular here in the stream. Oh, there's that too, Steela. Thankfully, that trend mostly seems to be passing. Let's put more buckles and belts and pouches on top of pouches and then more shit. Just fill every single square millimeter with shit. That was a trend for a lot of model designers in, like, the 2010s. And recently that has finally started to subside, I feel like. It's not as prevalent as it was. Probably like 6-7 years ago. It got pretty bad for a while, though, admittedly. Yeah, buckles and belts and buckles and belts and pouches and skulls and pouches. I remember it kind of peaked with one of the new undead models that they released for Age of Sigmar early on, where it was like a Necro Lord on his Necro mount, and it's a skeleton riding a skeleton. If you look inside the ribcage of the skeleton, there are more skeletons! Why is the skeleton full of skeletons? Why? The fuck is happening? Something I'm gonna do after this is come in with probably like raw sienna or burnt sienna oil paint, and maybe like a sap green oil paint, and just pick a few random stones here and there and kind of glaze it over that so that you get the sort of mottled look where you get lots of cool gray and then little patches of warm brown and green. Aren't all skeletons full of skeletons? Well, no, they just are skeletons. They shouldn't have more skeletons inside of them. If you have a skeleton inside of your skeleton, please seek medical attention. That is abnormal. Oh no. Should have seen that coming. These things do happen.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
What I like about a nice soft dry brush is you can really just kind of go ape shit on it like this. And you won't lose any detail for the most part. Found some old novels for Battletech at half-price books. Nice find, WJ. Oh no, see that's too streaky. It's still pretty streaky, but I'm gonna use it anyway. It'll ease up after a few strokes. There we go. Don't want your cobblestones to be uniform anyway. It's okay if there are a couple of bright spots in there. Probably should have done the dirt first, but we're gonna do it later. So, you know, deal with it. Real aggressive. No need to be careful. If you're doing a lot of dry brushing like I am here, where I'm dry brushing a whole lot of things in a row using the same brush, you want to be aware that the longer you do it and the more you load your brush, where'd my paint go? Shit. The more gummy it can get, so you kind of want to move through the process fairly quickly. By the time I get to the last tray here, my brush is going to need a good rinse, as the acrylic dries all the way up to bristles. Did I just hear thunder outside? It's possible. The weather was kind of kicking up before I went on. Didn't seem like it was going to get that bad. I'm going to go have a look in a second. It was windy and cold when I started. Didn't think it was going to turn into a storm, but it may have. Yeah, Crest, the randomization that it brings is certainly very nice. You can get some little flaws and random strokes that you don't... Randomizing things consciously is tricky as an artist. It's a skill that you have to develop. It's not one that I'm very good at. I get bored just picking random places to put details, so anything that can simplify that process for me is a positive. See, I'm kind of overdoing this one. I had too much paint on the brush for this one, but whatever. It's not really going to detract from the overall look, I don't think. This one is entirely cobblestone with no dirt, so... whatever. Who cares? That's a fair amount of dry brushing we just got done. On all these trays here, they're going to need a little bit more of it. But with the stone dry brushed, I want to go ahead and figure out, I'm thinking about right there. That's where his foot's going to go. So I'm just using that paper clip to make a little divot there. I'll use my stylus to make another little divot. I'm going to go ahead and drill right through the base. Now, Important note as you're doing things like this, if there's a chance you're going to drill through it, hold it by the sides and don't put your finger on the other side where the drill could and will punch through. Oop. Oop. Got a little bound up there. The hazard of drilling through thick resin. You can go ahead and loosen this without breaking anything. That would be ideal. Please don't break your drill bit, Thunderhead, you duty face. Just get it rotating and loosened, and then I should be able to pull it out without causing any damage. You do kind of want to be a little bit more... You shouldn't just try to drive through thick resin like I just did. That is a losing proposition. Take it a little bit at a time and clean out the hole. I used a pin vise. In fact, I still have several pin vices, Crest, for a long time, and I've recently started using this more, and I freaking love it. I also have the WoW Stick mini drill. I find myself using this one more, but that's a good one too. Oh, what the hell? I did it at an angle this time. I'm having bad luck with my drill bit. Didn't even make it that far in that time. What am I doing wrong? I should probably clean the resin off of the bit before I do that again. Because the drill threads are all kind of loaded. I'm going to tighten the chuck a little bit more this time, too. Tool assisted. Depends on what I'm doing, Crest. If something's really fine, I'll definitely do it with a pin vise. Just because you can feel it better. I'm also going to waggle this around a little bit to widen out the hole so that it won't bind as much. Really? Again? Jesus, what am I coming up against here? This is strange. This resin isn't that tough. But I'm just binding up like crazy for whatever reason. Well, no, the chuck is definitely like at the limit of its grip with this small of a bit, and I think also the drill bit's what's the phrase? The tooth here is kind of loaded up with resin. Just want to clean this out a little bit. So you can see it coming out there. That's better. That was not helping. I wasn't gripping anything there. Nah, the battery's fine, Nanotanks. It's pretty fresh. This chuck, though, with this bit, like, this is... It just holds it, which definitely doesn't help my situation. And I don't have a chuck that's any smaller. Oh. Really? I didn't even go... Oh my god, that's fucking annoying. This is a stupid problem to be having, but a problem nonetheless. I don't really need to go all the way through. This is probably good enough, but it's pissing me off. I need to contact Tamiya and be like, send me a smaller chuck. Send me something that'll tighten better on a 0.8mm bit. Come on. We're almost through. Ah, we're almost there. I usually drill through much thinner pieces than this, and unfortunately, I don't have a matching bit for the WoW stick, or I would use it. Could go with a slightly larger bit, too, which might help. Seems like it's barely gripping it now. The chuck is struggling. There we go. And we're through. There's that last little bit that was really binding it. So now we're just going to widen that. Ream it out a bit. And we get a nice little hole. Just making sure we've got a reasonable fit that isn't so tight I won't be able to remove him. Pin has got a little curve to it, so it's going to bind up some no matter what I do, but it's not too bad. There we go. He's going to stand like so. And now I can figure out how his sword hand is going to be positioned. Just like that, will be just fine. It does go slightly below his feet, and I think that's probably a side effect of how I pinned it. But that won't be a problem because of the raised base that he's standing on. I think this is going to look good. I like the little wagon wheel up front, too. So let's go ahead and glue that. And while we're at it, we don't need this pin to be any longer than this. So I'm going to clip it there, and then I'm going to clip it a little bit shorter when I pull it out. Not much, just a touch. Apply some glue to the pin there. There we have our theist priest on his raised hero base. Not fully glued yet, obviously, because we're not, done. But I'm going to go ahead and attach him to the magnetized tray. And obviously there's more painting that needs doing, but you can kind of get a feel for how this is going to look. And then as mentioned before, we want to give him, I want to upgrade my priest with the Arcane Retinue level 3. Boop. There you go. Got three little floating crystals that I still need to paint up. Or if you want to do... I don't want to do level 3, I want to do some of the other levels, like level 2. got 2 little crystals. You can probably guess. You can probably guess what level 1 looks like. It's the one little crystal. They do look like rupees. I didn't think about that when I was making them. But they look like little floating rupees. The point of them is I wanted something that looked cool, but also, and this is, you know, a big thing that I always consider when I'm making gaming components, is I want to take it and throw it across my desk like an idiot. That's a big consideration for me. I'll find that in a second. I can always make more at the glory of 3D printing. Oh, there it is. A big thing that I always consider when I'm making components is, can I tell what this is from 4 to 5 feet away? That's really, really important to me. A gaming component, a little representation of a rule that's on your base, is meaningless if your opponent can't glance at your base and tell immediately what it is from average viewing and gameplay distance. So these should be really, really easy to tell what they are, and they're easy to swap. You just pop them on, take them off, as you choose. And I think I've already shown you guys the, I have the tactical ones printing now. But these are the combat retinue upgrades. You can put one down and it's 1 sword. You can probably guess how the rest of this is going to go. 2 swords with a hair attached in the primer. Charming. Or 3 swords. And again, at a glance from 5 feet away, you can tell what that's supposed to be, which I think is important. And I don't like using full models for the retinue upgrades because they don't have rules, they can't take wounds, like, I don't love it. If I had been in on the production meeting of Conquest when they were designing the retinue rules, I would have said, guys, slow down. If the model isn't really a model and it can't take wounds or do anything, then it shouldn't be a model. But obviously nobody asked me. Romeo Void, thank you so much for being here, dude. I hope you have a good night. I hope you had fun hanging out. As always, it's always a pleasure to see you, Romeo Void. I'm not going to permanently affix the priest yet. I'm going to get him primed before I affix him and then paint him. But I think he's going to look good on this base. And then, you know, this, because you can see these have the little puzzle piece connectors underneath for connecting to regiments. So then you can, you know, connect these up into a much larger piece. And you have your priest kind of standing a little bit higher than the rest of your infantry models that he's in command of. Are you able to put multiple retinue styles on a single base? Yes, there are 3 slots. I'll put one there. You put one there. And I don't have a tactical, or I would use that one, but there's another one right there. You can have 3 retinue upgrades total, so there are 3 slots to put them down, which if you look at the bottom of them, it just corresponds to these 3 little magnets that go right in there. And this is a system that I developed specifically for this base set, but this is going to be present on all of my future bases, and I'm going to be upgrading the previously released Fields of the Fallen base set to include this. Is tactical a rock? It's a rock with flags sticking out of it. That's the best that I could come up with for tactical for Gadarung. They're all rocks. It is a tactical rock in the truest possible sense. As is tradition. Oh shit, I should rinse this dry brush. I just set it down without doing that, and that is a mistake. I'll regret that later if I don't do this immediately. All these will get a more thorough soaping and rinsing after the stream, but for now, this will keep them from becoming unusable. Folks, I am going to take a short bio break. I'm going to get myself a fresh drink. I'm going to stretch my legs real quick, and I will be back in just a few minutes, and when I get back, it will just about be time to start the storm report. That's going to be in about 10 minutes, so we're going to jump right into that when I get back. Got a good amount of work done tonight, actually. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Whole model built. I didn't get into working on the objectives. I do want to show those real quick. These are the 4 objectives that I'm painting for Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. These are included in the 2-player starter set. One is kind of a fallen banner, And all of these, I went in and I widened out the bottom so I could fit a washer. Conquest, guys, Parabellum, you were right there. There's like less than 1/8 of an inch that this needs to be widened by before you can fit a nice fat washer in it. If only you had made it that way. Because these are so much nicer with that little bit of weight to them. So much nicer. But, you know, most game companies don't consider that, I suppose. We got some swords stuck into the ground here. We have a fallen banner. We have what appears to be a dragon's skull sort of being unearthed from the dirt. And then we have sort of some scattered scrolls and gold and books. And these are your objective markers that come with the base game. In Styrene on a Sprue, there aren't many games that include nice objective markers like this. The Conquest goes above and beyond. Speaking of above and beyond, Stila Rebel. Thank you so much for being here, Stila. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat. I'm gonna drop you a message on Discord after this. I'll throw you some more ideas for the models we could potentially paint. And folks, again, Stila Rebel and I are going to be hosting a multi-stream. We're looking at probably the first week of November, I think is what we decided. We're going to be getting some voting going here shortly to decide what model we're going to be painting. You guys will be welcome to print and paint along. We're going to make absolutely sure that it is a free model so that nobody has to pay anything. If you have a printer, you can go ahead and print it in resin. If you have a friend who has a printer, they can go ahead and get it done. If it's really, really popular, maybe we could get somebody in the community to volunteer. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're just kind of feeling out the idea right now. But if there are any models that you would like to see painted, particularly with like a Halloween-y theme, please feel free to make some suggestions in the Miniatures General channel of the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Please make sure that they are freely available files on like cults or Thingiverse, stuff that we don't have to pay for, and we'll consider including them in the voting. Maybe some of that butter butt. Yeah, if they got big old booties, I think that is probably a benefit. Probably. Stila, you have a fucking fantastic day, and I'll be sure to talk to you soon, and thank you so much for stopping into the stream. I always love when I see you here. Alright. I'm gonna take my short break. I'll be back in just a few, and we'll roll right into the Storm Report, people, so don't go anywhere. And yes, WJ, I did thank you so much for mentioning that. By the way, folks, yeah, there was a data breach at Thingiverse. If you have a Thingiverse profile, go change your password. Just go do it. I'll see you in a few. Beat boop. Indeed. How you doing, Project Dark Fox? Stardust Survivor, thank you so much for the follow. I realize that my BRB screen is possibly more entertaining than I am. It certainly seems to draw folks in, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let me do a brief little bit of cleanup before we roll over into the Storm Report so I don't go knocking my hands into anything I shouldn't. I need more desk space. I'm hoping in the next 6 months I'm going to be able to actually move my office to a new location with a lot more room and much more expansive desk space. That's going to be nice. Get these paints out of here. Rinse this brush. Save myself some cleaning time later. We did a pretty good job, I feel like, dry brushing up the sheer number of bases that we did. They still need a little bit of work, but the lion's share is done. And I can actually go ahead and show you, now that this is done, kind of how this is constructed, since the dirt stands out so starkly. Like, you see these guys that have one corner? Okay? These are cavalry bases, so they'll have horsemen on them, but the idea is you take, like, these two, and you arrange them like so. Like so, fully on screen, right? And then you take these two, so the corners are facing out. And the idea is that in a group of 4, this suggests a road going this way. You see? Kind of diagonally. Or, so you've got these bases, these infantry bases. I've got some, and these ones are more painted. Their dirt isn't as obvious because it has more highlighting on it. Also, this one curved a little bit, which is unfortunate, but ultimately okay. But you can do sort of like this. Just sort of connect the dirt corners to create sort of a shape. Like, this is kind of like a little crossroads, two coming together and then moving on this way. It's subtle. It's not like... It's there's so little room to work with that I tried to keep it, you know, like, without requiring you to put each base in a specific position each and every time, and still allowing you to turn them to make different shapes. Like, see, put our hero base in the middle, and then this on one side, and then one of these kind of like this. It just creates sort of a larger contiguous environment and shape to your cobblestone road. I'm going to be showing this off a little bit more once I get these bases. I've also got a few more on the printer that'll make it easier for me to do more combinations, but this is the concept behind these bases, to create larger contiguous environments. And I'm going to be carrying this forward into more sets than just the cobblestones. This is, you know, it's a new idea to me. I don't know if anybody has done this before for bases and trays, but I think it's kind of interesting in any case. The storm report. Okay, fair enough. I guess we'll do the thing. We're supposed to do. God, fine. Kursala, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your subscription, and just in time too, hitting that 16 months. Matt, have you seen my oily boys? I gotta show Matt my sanguineous I've been working on, guys, because I know you guys have seen tons of it, and I'm sure you're fucking sick of it by now, but I'm just... Come on, this represents a milestone for me, okay? He's not done yet. He needs... His hair and face are most certainly not done. His cat cloak is definitely not done, but, Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matt. It's Age of Sigmar or nothing, right? I'm basically a big 40k shill at this point. It's kind of disgusting. I'm just saying, oils have opened up a whole new world of non-metallic metal for me, and I'm very, very pleased with myself. And Matt Yee, whether he wants to admit it or not, is partially to blame. To thank. That's what I meant to say. They really do, Matt. Like, I'm able to focus so much more on the theory of non-metallic metal because I don't have to worry as much about the blending methods, which is always what slows me down with acrylics. Let's go ahead. Let me pull up my Discord here, make sure I am in the storm report. And we can go ahead and have a look at what folk are posting tonight.
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown
this
in
triple
on
is
tonight's
strong.
Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
8.5%. It's not bad. Ooh, I'm gonna feel it after a few of those. Tell you what. Pardon, I'm just doing a quick examination on some of these. one or two of my trays curled up after I cured them. And I think it has to do with the speed with which I cured them. They're not, like, so curled that they can't be used. You actually barely notice it, but if you put them against a flat surface, you can notice it, and I'm just, you know, a perfectionist. So it bugs me. But I think it was just because I cured them kind of fast and only on one side instead of rotating them. Alright. Here we have up first. Let me shrink my window a little bit. Oh, hello, little fly, you little son of a bitch. Here we have up first from Roland. A nice little collage of some of these Eridani light horse. Let me clean my glasses. I just realized my glasses are all smudged up.
Like, why can't I see anything? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh.
What are you up to, Matt? How are things, man? Now I can see. Oh god, this is disgusting. Okay. Eridani light horse. Looks like we're looking at a marauder and a cataphract. Is this is the new... No, this isn't... Are these KS2 models? Roland? That looks like the new cataphract, but honestly, the new cataphract... Okay, yeah, you picked some up from somebody, eh? Because yours just shipped. I was like, it looks like the new cataphract, but the new cataphract looks a lot like the MWO cat. The cataphract hasn't changed much. In fact, the cataphract has gone through the fewest number of overall significant changes between incarnations of almost any mech. I'd say the Commando is close, but even the Commando has gone through a number of stylistic changes to its overall profile. Cataphract has really pretty much stayed the same. It's looking good. I'm loving that combination of the khaki and green. Have you tried doing the green, the khaki dry brush on the green? Have you given it a shot? Because I think between that and a dark green wash, you could really get, like, they look good. I'm really, really digging the khaki and green highlights. I think that these colors work well together, particularly with the blue cockpits. I just think you could... Oh, the Fract has it? Hang on, let me pull up a larger version of it real quick. Okay, yeah. If I'm looking a little bit closer at it, I can see it. It works well. I think it looks good. Nice, simple, effective paint job. What's gonna bump these paint jobs a little bit higher, Roland, is how you base them. If you base them with something that contrasts well, like a red desert, something like that, just something to contrast well with the green, I think it's gonna punch up the whole paint job. So I'm curious what you're gonna wind up doing for the basing. Like how you can see the Marauder and the Shadowhawk bits on the new frame. Does the Cataphract have Shadowhawk bits? I know it had, Caesar, and I'm trying to think what other parts were in the... Yeah, I didn't think that it had Shadowhawk parts in it. The left arm is a little hawky, but I don't know that it's actually supposed to be from a Shadowhawk. With the laser on the back and everything. It's a nice looking model, and the new Marauder looks fucking phenomenal. Roland, nice job on these, man. Let's see what we have up next. Oh, this fucking fly! You left me alone the whole stream while I was painting. Why can't you just go away? Oh, God. Okay, let's keep going, and let's try not to lose our fucking minds any more than we have to. What do you say? The Wall of Chaotic. Only on Thunderhead Studio. Rio. That's... I like your particular choices for pasties here. Cat with the missile launcher, and then Chaotic with the missile in his face. That's delightful. We have Chaotic kind of creeping on Ray from either side here, hanging out on the upper boob flesh with Elaric, the wolf, as it were, wielding his rockets down here. These are a lot of Chaotic sketches. And then, of course, this wonderful work of art that we saw last time. You with your post-its. Oh, look, we've even got Satsuki here. And then we have what appears to be Blunder Thud as Jack Nicholson from The Shining, busting through the door with a brush. And then inquiring as to the presence of tacos, as he is wont to do. Rio, this has been one of the strangest, like, artistic experiences. One of the strangest series of illustrations. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I love all of it. I'm glad that we have it. I'm just, like, taking the whole thing in is kind of surreal. Particularly this incredibly upsetting rendition of Chaotic as Best Girl from Kill La Kill. That is truly both confusing and disturbing. Here we have, from the POV 42, finished up my comm guards today. Tried to take your advice into consideration when doing the caution stripes here. Think I did better. Not perfect, but better. Perfect is not the goal. Perfect is never the goal. Better is the goal. You know, Data Nerd, I have started working on that. I don't want to say when I'm going to finish it, but I think that you're onto something there. I think that that's a good idea. Let me take a slightly closer look at this guy. Yeah, I can see the caution striping on the shoulders. I like the handwork for the numbers on the shoulders too. The 244 looks good. I love the lensing on the cockpit. It is simple and effective. Good job on the basing too. He's kind of straddling that wall structure. The white looks good. The white looks really good. I love all the blues mixed into the undertone. It makes it very effective, so you only have a couple of spots of true white, and the whole thing reads more white to the eye. The little splashes of red for the various weapons, I think, are really, really effective. The ComGuard logo stands out nicely. And yeah, I think that the caution stripes are better. You're right, they're not perfect, but they're better. And again, better is always the goal. You cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and there is so much about this model that is fucking good. Really, really digging your job on the white. Like I said, the most effective whites have almost no true, pure white in them, and you've painted this model with a great deal more restraint. I think it reads better overall. Very nicely done. Open the larger original, you can get a better view of the graffiti on the wall. Let me take a closer look at that. Hold on. I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit more because I can't quite make it out. Plan on hope? What does that say? I'm making out hope as the third word. The first word looks like plan. I'm not quite putting it together. Let me look at the other side. FX something. I'm not quite getting the graffiti. Oh, fucked was here and clan go home. That's why I'm getting plan. I couldn't quite make out the P. Clans go home. I gotcha. Oh my god. Thunderfly. You're not even the same one. The one that was on stream last time is fucking dead because you idiots only live a few days. Oh, it's gonna drive me out of my mind, guys. More so than usual. All in all, POV 42, this is a huge improvement, dude. I'm glad that my random ramblings about how to improve have been helpful to you, because I think that this model pops so nicely. And no, like, yeah, total honest appraisal. It's not the cleanest paint job, but I think that this is an example of why you don't really need that clean a paint job. There is an appeal to, like, super clean paint jobs, but that's a stylistic choice. This is more naturalistic, and it honestly has better layering than a lot of the really... You'll see some people out there and like, oh, it's an amazingly clean paint job, because usually what it is a very, very simple, clean gradient and some very, very clean edge highlighting. And while that is a style some people like, it's not really one that tickles my fancy too much. I much prefer this more nuanced shading of blue-grays. And and occasional touches of white. And that green, the greens and the reds. This is a great example, again, of composition. The greens, the reds, and the blues in the Comguard logo, in the arm weapons, in the chest weapons, and in the cockpit. They help everything so much, and I love the hazard stripes on the shoulders. Again, they just kind of help to frame the rest of the mech and make it look really interesting. POV 42, fantastic job. Up next, we have from Squared, continuing work on the Sierras. These are our Revelations Core Republic war mechs. I can see that they are now properly mounted on their bases, with the arc indicators pointing to the rear to indicate when you're hitting them in the rear arc. I like this. This is an interesting division, with the warm khaki and then our whites and pinks over here. It's good to see him making progress on the Force overall. How is this going to translate to tanks, is my question when I see this. I see this and I wonder, like, what is the Mars main battle tank gonna look like in this game? I would like to know more. I would very much like to know more. Simple and effective shading, good use of what appears to be dry brushing to catch a lot of the raised edges. Nicely done. Grumpy cat robot. Well done, Squared. And yeah, I look forward to seeing when you get one of those Mars battle tanks done in that scheme. It's definitely eye-catching. Here we have from White Wolf 3 or 4 kits that need water slides to be finalized, at least one that just needs a top coat. Instead, out came a new kit. I know that feeling all too well. Not a bad start on my master grade Rouge. Rogue would be R-O-G-U-E. Rouge is R-O-U-G-E. Front striping on the fenders. Ooh, that should look good. I'm into that. No, it's not a Rogue. Oh, you caught me. With Uturi Pack. Seems a lot simpler than Wing Zero. I'm not going to complain, as it's just fun to relax. Fun to just relax and build. Yeah, there is a piece in the construction of everything. I find that building models calms me more than painting them. Painting, I tend to stress myself out a little bit, or at least I used to. I've been getting better at that the more of it that I do over the years. I put unneeded pressure on myself, but building, there is a precise end goal in mind. Painting, you can just keep going and going and going and going and going, and you might never really finish a model. You might just decide you're done at some point. With building, there's a definite end point. I've done it. It's built. Go me. Good looking build so far, White Wolf. Here we have from Ren Momo. Mistakes were made on the Helldiver looking ass person. Will probably bring liberty to my colonists in RimWorld if given the chance. Everybody in RimWorld is so violent. The number of times I've had a perfectly peaceful colony and then a bunch of dudes in power armor are like, lol, we're gonna drop pod through the fucking roof of your, like, royal chamber and steal everything you have made out of anything more expensive than limestone. I didn't do anything to them. Smoother, thicker coats on this. I can see you've gone back. You've done smoother coats on the gray so that you have more of a clear shadow here. This looks a lot better, Ren. I think the yellow is coming through better too. The base is looking smoother, and you've got some good looking highlights here on the tops of the folds. From the last one that we saw, the base technique, the simple layering, the base coating, and applying a good, relatively smooth coat, you're definitely showing improvement, Ren. I'm liking the look of the basing, by the way. Simple and effective, kind of modeled, not too uniform. Very nicely done, Ren. Here we have from Drakari, yesterday's progress on Lefty, seeing how the Zenithal fell. I think all the parts that were gonna break... Hold on. I think all the parts that were going to be pink are going to be pretty difficult to read. I don't know what my brain was doing there. Also, painting black on the highlight is going to be another challenge. Lol, I agree. The black on top and pink underbelly are a better composition, but I can't help thinking pink on top and black underside would be easier. I think I have the sound turned off. I apologize. But saying that he threw down the Zenithal and is happy with the progress for now, and I agree. The Zenithal really helps you see the parts of the model that should be focused on. The upper part of the shoulder, the musculature here, upper part of the arm, knee, and like good big shadowed areas are really, really helpful for striking highlights like that. I like how you picked up the musculature on the upper part of the arm leading into the wing here. I would probably extend the highlight out a little bit here to like the inside of the forearm, the bones here, but just the outer portion of it. I like how it catches the chest and the top of the head, and we leave the chin and a lot of that in shadow. Let's go one more time around it. That's a pretty effective zenithal, really, as far as being a good highlight guide. Oh, I like the look of the wings, too. Really nicely done. Hey, that right there, that is progress, Drakari. Nice work. Here we have from Data Nerd. Get off of me, fly! Some of my first prints from the 3D printer. I tried one of your old school mechs, but apparently I need to practice my support placement. In fairness, I just said Data Nerd. I said Data Nerd, I'm sorry. I don't know why. It's because Data Nerd started the thread, and that's the name I read, and I just went right past nanotanks. Nanotanks, rather, yes. Woohoo! My brain works sometimes. Those mechs are not the easiest to support nanotanks, and I definitely got really, really lazy when it comes to pre-supporting, because I was like, nobody's paying me for this, I'm not going to do pre-supports for it. The newer one, the trench foot, is a lot easier since it comes in parts, particularly the antennas. But yeah, with some practice, you can definitely print them whole. I've printed a lot of them, but then I've been doing a lot of auto supports. Let's take a look at the old prints. First of all, we have a, like, Long John Silver looking motherfucker up here with... Is his cloak turning into some kind of sea monster? That's horrifying. There's a pic of the pirate painting work in progress in the thread. I'm gonna have to check that out. Also, hey, I don't know what holy order this is, but I mean, you know, sign me up. I'll take whatever personality audit is required. She's just resting. Guys, she's just resting on her sword. She's clearly been swinging it around a lot. She's tired. She clearly suffers from back pain, so let's try not to be judgmental, okay? Let's keep the discourse up here. Not down here. Good looking prints though. And good looking zenithal on that. I'm gonna have to check out the work in progress on the twisted weird pirate. That's a cool print, Nanotanks. Where did you get that one from? Oh, here we have from Sumatha. I mentioned in the last Storm Report that Eagle Moss introduced 3 models recently that I wanted badly enough to shell out for. First was the USS Sulaco, which I showed the promo photos for, which in the case of Eagle Moss is usually representative of the actual production models. The second is the Blood and Chrome version of the new Battlestar Galactica. I was going to say, yeah, that was the movie, wasn't it? This is based directly on the version seen in the reboot 2004 series, but features the gorgeous old girl in her prime. With her fully armored exterior, note a lack of exposed ribs and several more gun turrets than she had in the television series. Love the refreshed livery with red trim and additional markings. Yeah, this is from the movie, isn't it? From the Blood and Chrome movie? Which was essentially a prequel to back when Adama was a fighter pilot going by Husker. Yeah, it's got a few more layers of outer ablative armor. The Galactica is such a classic. It has such a pleasing profile. It's so... It looks tough. Doesn't it? It looks mean. And it looks like it would just take a beating and keep on going. Which I guess it will in continuity. In the first episode of the series, even down armored and reduced to a museum, it takes a nuke right to the spine and keeps on ticking. Damn, that is a nice looking figure. That is a nice looking figure, Sumatha. Oh, since there was no Tuesday stream, I can show off the third of these 3 ships today. The third vessel I pre-ordered is the BC-304 Daedalus battlecruiser from Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis fame. While I was really hoping the next franchise Eagle Moss would pick up would be Babylon 5, and there's some good ships in Babylon 5. I really love the Earth Fleet vessels. I love the look of the Daedalus since her small screen debut. I think this ship was peak Stargate Atlantis design, and probably the only other ships I would want to pick up from the franchise would be the Ancient Warship from Stargate Atlantis, perhaps the Destiny from Stargate Universe, which I still haven't watched. Amusingly, because I ordered this and the Above Galactic at the same time, I've come to the realization that most likely the design of the Daedalus draws heavy inspiration from the original Battlestar Galactica, as the Daedalus predates the reboot series. I could see that. Yeah, with the twin launch bay nacelles and the big sort of bulky central frame, there's definitely some shared creative DNA there. Almost certainly. And yeah, they would have no reason to expect that Battlestar Galactica would ever become popular again when they leaned into it. But you know, the greats learn from the greats, and there are no new ideas under the sun. It is a great looking ship. Nacho ships. What the fuck are you talking about, Riot Sister? You're just saying words. Those are some cool looking ships, Sumatha. We'll have to see the finals when you get them in. Oh, here we have from Rio. Be seeing you, John Wick. Oh my. I like the little punch dagger down here too. Is this meant to be, what was her name? Ruby something played her in the second John Wick movie. Is that character? Ruby Rose? That's the actress, right? Ares? I have a confession to make, guys. I've seen John Wick 1 and 2, and I didn't see anything after that. There's at least one movie that I just straight haven't seen. I feel like they jumped the shark with 2, and I kind of lost interest after that, but Ruby Rose was pretty cool in it. I was going to say, particularly with the nasty little punch dagger, I remember her having that. I like the overall dynamic nature of the illustration. She's clearly moving and kind of John wooing as she fires. There was more than one John Wick? No, Matt E. There's just the one movie. And I'm so glad that I can give you this gift. I feel bad that someone named Ruby Rose shares a name with someone in RW, but I've never watched that. I have never, ever watched it. Lovely work on this. I particularly like on this that you have the slide coming backwards and exposing the barrel as the bullet comes out, and then we have the shell casings being ejected. Very nicely done, Rio. Okay, I gotta fix my audio because Chaotic Harmony keeps posting audio. Why do I keep playing it? I don't know. Half the time it's making fun of me. Let me just set this up real quick. Alright, this should play. This should play. So let's mute Pretzel and see how it goes, shall we? This is gonna be more foxhole bullshit, I know it.
Have you ever wanted to be famous? Have you ever wanted to be a part of something big? Do you like the services offered by Port Tabasco? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then I have a job for you. The good folks at Port Tabasco have decided to test their limits, but they can't do it alone. They need a team of dedicated wardens to help them push things as far as possible. They need people who want to win a war. It's simple, really. They're going to put as much scrap as possible through Port Tabasco in a 2-hour stress test operation, and they need your help. Also, the crazy bastards are going to go one step further. They're going to film it all. That's right. If you come to Port Tabasco and join the operation, you will end up on the front line of Warden Film. The operation starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday evening. Be there early and be ready for Port Tabasco. Port Tabasco authorities and its affiliates are not responsible for loss of life, limb, or equipment that may occur during irregular port activities. Damaged equipment will be deducted from paychecks. Remember, loose lips sink ships.
We are narrowing our audience one clip at a time. We're down to the point where maybe 2 people in chat have any fucking idea what he's talking about, and pretty soon it'll be just me, and I think that this is some sort of experimental move on Chaotic's part. It used to be far more generalist. but you know, the recording quality's nice. Fly, if I can catch you with my mouth, I'm gonna chew you slowly so I know that you feel pain before you die. And I want you to know that. I want you to know that. Fuck. Where'd he go? Little son of a... Oh! Drives me absolutely crazy. A minimum of 2. I watch Lark and Chaotic play Foxhole habitually. Yeah, Foxhole is, I like the idea of the game Foxhole. Like, when you describe Foxhole, I'm like, that sounds really cool. And I tried playing it, and it was just boring as shit. Oh, God. I cannot be bothered to learn that game. Absolutely cannot. But I'm glad that he enjoys it. Yeah, like watching Band of Brothers, except if Band of Brothers included all the sequences where they were just sitting in silence driving from one place to another and periodically had episodes entirely about the characters, like, going to the quartermaster, yeah, it would be kind of like Band of Brothers. It's like Band of Brothers in every way, except that it sucks. That's the best comparison that I can make. Here we have from Kursala, all glory to the pizza man. It's me. I am the pizza man. Decided to make a pizza in the frying pan today, and it turned out pretty good. Ooh, oh, that looks lovely. That cheese looks just right. Just, oh, melty, sweet, delicious cheese. How far through the storm report am I? I've got to eat something. I've got to eat something. He don't give a shit at all, Turjan. You are absolutely correct. Lovely looking pizza. Here we have coming down from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Oh boy. A little bit ahead of me. Here's Sanguinius 365 or 366 if you count the base with the demon. I'm happy with the way he came out. I'll put more pictures on my section once the stream starts. Let's take a look at this Sanguinius. Oh, he went with a completely different sword position than I did. Robin decided to have him swinging the sword downward, whereas I positioned the sword such that he's coming down in a stabbing motion with it. Not sure which one's right now. You've caused me to doubt myself. Congratulations, Robin. Love the jeweling effects on the red jewels on his chest. Those are incredibly effective. Armor looks real nice. I like the look of the wings, too. You went with more of a warm undertone for the wings. I'm leaning cool. It's neat to have somebody else painting this mini at the same time that I am. Let's take a look at him with the demon base. Oh yeah, he's coming down hard on this bad boy. Now, I did not get the one with all the extra business on the base, so mine's just going to be by himself. They have him usually stabbing. That's what I thought. And I like the stabbing pose, particularly with his hand extended like it is, and then he's coming down, like he's just gonna run it right through you. But this works pretty well. You know what it does? It definitely frees up the chest a lot more, so that you can see more of the paintwork that you've done here. I'll admit that's something of a frustration on the one I'm doing, is that the sword covers a lot of his chest and renders some of the chest jewelling a little bit moot. Lovely work, Robin, and thank you for sharing. And again, guys, if you want to see more of Rockin' Robin's work before he gets going he's going to have his own Discord in no time. I think it's attached in this one. Isn't the left hand attached? I can't see the left hand on this one with the bigger base. But he has all of his work posted, not all of his work, but a lot of his work posted in his own channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. If you want to see more of this Sanguinius, which I'm going to go check it out after the stream, pop on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the Rockin' Robin channel, and see what he has on offer. POV, you're married to a mad doctor. Sorry I didn't make the post on the last report, so here you go. My 3rd anniversary project art, Project Dead Army. Oh boy, we have some truly upsetting work here from Mafik. I'm not even gonna question the location of the bloody handprints on our voluptuous nurse here. There's so much going on here. We've seen a number of these figures before, perhaps a little bit less morbid though. The two-headed, like, zombie man has always been this upsetting. The look on this guy's face tells me that he's probably responsible for these handprints. I like the buzzsaw hand we've got going on here. Mafik has such a unique art style. This is another artist where if you'd like to see some more of his work, and it is worth checking out, he has his own channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which I advise. Oh yeah, we got a whole snake body going on here. My God. Yeah, Matt's all about the tanks. That's why he's into it. Sure, absolutely. I believe that. I like this guy. I like the big dumb grin on both of his weird cybernetic heads. Oh, really cool stuff, Mafik. And thank you for sharing your anniversary project with us. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Sadly, no paint contributions due to the traveling, but here's a meme that personally attacked me. Yeah, I've seen this one a few times. It's true. Normal people with their basic colors, artists with all these bright colors, and then fine-scale modelers with, just so many different grays. Oh my God. Once I started getting into the, like, historical gray sets, I'm like, oh my God. Both the heads have split brains. That explains why they're both kind of doing like a half-wit grin. I like it. I like it. Kind of understand that, being primarily a grayscale sketcher. I mean, you know, to be fair, there's a lot you can do. There's a whole lot you can do with all these complex grays of differing temperatures and shades. Gray or gray, who knows? I think I go back and forth about 50%, Matt Yee. Like, every other time I switch the E with the A, and I don't even think anybody notices. I'm not convinced my brain even sees the difference anymore. Here we have from Drakari posting my progress on the other dragon. Thought I'd save everyone from another fly around, but it does mean I can't show everything, like how there's a little lizard on the plateau under his right foot that I colored green. The bigger question is, this was originally intended to be a black dragon, with purple and pink skin between the scales, then I zenithal primed. I have no idea how I'm going to get the scales black while retaining the highlight. Also, Elf Lady was always going to have super pale white skin. Thankfully, the priming covered her in white. Not sure what to do for either, since the only skin I've done before was for lizard people. Comments, critiques, and advice, welcome. For pale skin, I like to use magenta through, like, magenta and purple in the shadows, and build that out through blue grays to, like, not white. I think the highest color I would use would be something along the lines of, I really like Vallejo Game Colors Ghost Gray. If you look that up online, you can probably find some equivalents to it. It's a slightly blue light gray. But if you keep the undertones kind of livid with purples and reds and then build out through blues to the highlights, you keep the skin looking like there's still blood flowing through it, which is kind of always the challenge when doing pale or white skin tones. Because if you don't have any lividity to the skin, they look dead. They just don't look right. So you still want those warm colors in there to show that they have blood flowing beneath their ashen flesh. I like the green. I like that a lot. Let me see here. Grays. A lot like painting white. When you're painting white, you don't want to use much white. When you're painting white, you want very, very small quantities of white on your highest highlights. When you're painting black, you don't really want that much black. I would keep the black limited to the deepest parts of the model, between the scales on the underside and separating them, and then I would have most of the other scales be gray. That would be my approach, and I think you could do a lot of that with dry brushing without affecting the pink, and then highlight the pink areas up a little bit. Don't go overboard with it, but just, you know, little spot highlights to kind of help it pop out. If you're looking for easy, black contrast on each scale wouldn't be a bad way to go. On something this textured, contrast paints actually work really, really well. But yeah, definitely for the pale skin, go with, since you've already got the purples, like lean into the pink, lean into the magenta for a lot of the shadows. I would paint her up in blue tones, paint your skin up in blue tones, and then go into your shadowed areas and just lightly wash in magentas, pinks, and purples until you've got something that suits you. All in all, though, it's coming along real nice, Drakari. Datron Voltari. Why did I say Drake? Because that's, it is Drakari. My brain isn't working today. Is this a new thing? Is this a thing that I'm going to be doing from now on? Am I just going to keep calling one person, another person, until my brain completely turns into mush and drips out of my ear right in the middle of a fucking stream, and that's just going to be it? And be like, thanks, folks. Thanks for coming out. Stream over. I'm like Baldar. I'm seeing my own demise in the storm report. Fuck. Oh, okay. Here we have from Vergadarung, still working on the Comstar mechs. I've got maybe half the metals done, and I applied all the basing, which took a while to dry. Also, finally got around to printing up a Black Knight to dazzle. Ooh. Dazzly Black Knight is going to be fucking excellent. Ah, that smoky resin works so nicely. Comstar mechs are looking good. This is an example of a nice clean white. There's a lot more white on here than I would probably use on my white mechs, but it's done so cleanly that it's very effective because it has those nice sharp shadows to contrast against. And it still has some good, light gray shading in there. There isn't that much pure white. Lots of gray shading. Well, if you didn't notice Drakari, then I didn't say anything wrong. I particularly like this sort of purple red you've gone with for the cockpits. It works well along with the orange for the... Now, let me ask you, Vergadarung, are you planning on doing any weathering? Are you planning on, like, dusting up their feet or anything? Because I feel like that would be just perfect. That little bit of red dust on the feet, maybe on the lower part of some of the low-hanging arms, and maybe just a touch on the crotch. Just a touch on the crotch. Maybe the backs of the legs for some of the reverse-jointed ones. Yeah, that's gonna look good, man. These are some nice-looking Comstar figures, dude. Lancelot on the right, this guy over here. Lancelot, lance a few, whatever you gotta do. Custom Thunderbolt over here. I'm liking the look of the Awesome. You really can't tell that his cockpit even exists, can you? It stands out so much next to the Battlemaster with this huge, broad cockpit bubble, and it's like, look at the Awesome. There's nothing. You got nothing to work with on that thing. Oh man, really like the look of the longbow in these colors. For whatever reason, I think that one pops out well. Crusader looks good too. Look forward to seeing this dazzled Black Knight, though. Your dazzle paint jobs are always the business. Vergadarung, thank you for sharing your work in progress with us. Here we have from Cyber Knight Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metalcore Collectibles Throwback Thursday number 11. Missed a week, but let's ignore that and head back to 2012. Oh god, the world's ending. John Cusack is gonna fly a plane and save cancer children or something. I didn't watch that movie, I'll be honest with you. Missed a week, but let's ignore that and head back to 2012. Around the time I was working in a bunch of custom mechs for mobile for Ain Zero. The most grunt of them were the Coyote and Wolf, a pair of mechs based on the same frame, with the Coyote being a bit more slim and speed focused, while the Wolf featured more armor and bulk. I do still quite like these, even if some of the others in this line of designs are more unique and inventive. There's still something quite satisfying about having a good solid foundation to build off of. There's nothing wrong with simple. Some simple shapes are very, very pleasing to the eye. I mean, I'm a fan of, like, bubble cockpits, big, flat pieces of glass, kind of mostly humanoid bodies combined with very inhuman heads. I'm not sure what about it is that appeals to me. It's the same reason I like the Leo, and I kind of get that feeling from these guys. So simple. It's built out of so few parts. And yet, you still really get the feel of it. I like the the connection points for the shoulders. They're interesting. They're like raised to the level of the head. It gives it kind of this like squat, hunched back look overall. Makes me think of the Stinger in the Crusader. I could see that. I could see it particularly in the case of the Crusader. Like the bulky arms and the sort of bulked out chest. And then the simple, single frame head. Very, very nice work, Metalcore. Riot Sister wants some Legos. Legos. I have to stay away. I have to stay away from Legos. It's just, it's It's an addiction I can't deal with. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, slowly getting there. Tiny tanks take time. Ooh, I'm such a fan of alliteration. That excites me. Really nice, clean work on these Death Ray design tonks. I've been watching Zombie Brush paint these, and it's funny. He keeps forgetting that he's doing one side in white, and he'll paint the whole thing blue, and then it's like he remembers all at once. Oh, I need to go back and redo it. Like, it takes time, certainly, but it takes more time when you're Zombie Brush. Clean, nice deep shadows, good edge highlights, lovely color choices. I particularly like the blue we're going with here for the, this would be the Lyran Guard. Yeah, very crisp. And it's helped by the prints, certainly. Death Ray Designs does some truly fantastic vehicle work. Nice clean shapes. Over-greebled a little bit in some cases, but Jesus, look at the size of this fucking thing. How many missiles does one turret need? That's out of control. Loving the look of the the Lyran Guard. I just said that, didn't I? Yeah, Lyran Guard is the blue with the white on the one side, like covering the shoulder and leg. Lovely work. Lovely work on those DRD tanks, Zombie Brush. Cannot wait to see what you wind up doing with those classic Dugram mechs. I hope they wind up Lyran too, I have to say. Final grades in for my last class, and I got 100%. I don't know how I honestly did it with everything else going on, but it happened, maintaining a 4.0 for the master degree. Data nerd. Congratulations. Like, that's seriously a huge fucking accomplishment. And just academically speaking, such a relief and probably just such a huge weight off your shoulders. Data nerd, congratulations. And you know, here's to what's next. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to goddamn near anything, but I'll certainly drink to that. Well, here I have from Machine God. I think it was Data Nerd who was asking me how my Killswa render would print. Answer, well, I lost detail on the treads, goofed my supports a bit, so the rear panel's got a tad melty, so gonna beef up the treads, go again for the chassis, at least. Now we get like 3 days until the next class. Hooray for teeny tiny little breaks. You know, get as much out of it as you can. Look at this big nasty sumbitch. A little melty, really not that bad though. This is nothing that couldn't be corrected pretty easily. That is a long boy though, isn't it? Pretty clean print, really. Well detailed as everything that Machine God does is. He has a really good eye for doing deep and defective details that are going to print well at a 6mm scale. Does look pretty sharp. I'd love to see this guy with some paint on it, Machine God. Even if it's just a simple, like, prime dry brush wash job, it's going to help see the details so much more. Ceramic resins have this amazing light absorption ability. It is so hard to see details in finished prints no matter how you light them. Get some paint on that bad boy. I would love to see it again. And yeah, that would be interesting soon. Put it side by side with one of MCC's sledgehammers. That'll give me a nice size comparison at least. Here we have from Punexpected finished Amakuda Rin from Limbo Division 209 and started working on a base for her. I think those pillars need to be pink and not red. Thoughts? First of all, this is awesome. I love what you've done with the hair. I don't think you had quite done the sort of highlighting in it that we have now with the pink and the cyan. I love the freehand on the shirt. I really love the Arizona tee freehand that we have here. There's more of it on the other side here, which I saw as he was working on this on stream. This is a lovely paint job. Back pain. It's the future. She probably has a cybernetic spine to help with that sort of thing, and like an adrenaline pump to boot. Is this a sword with a sword that's on the other sword? Or is this a gun with a sword on this? Or is it a gun that looks like a sword? Because there's a sword here, and then there's what looks like a sword here. But then there's like another thing that looks like it might be a sword? How many swords am I looking at? Nice work on the makeup, the eyes, and yeah, I'm seeing that you have the Sakura on that raised blue portion on the second blade there too. That is really fine work. It sells so well. It is one of those freehand jobs where you zoom in really close and see every dot of paint and you realize like it kind of helps you see how it goes together. And then you look at it at a good viewing distance a little further away and it all just comes together for the eye so cleanly. Really, really like the extra colors you mixed into the reflections on the blade, by the way. The blue on the back of the gold blade. Sort of the light reflecting off of the blue armor. Same for the upper one. We have the light reflecting off of the pink onto the gold of the blade. That's really nice. That's really nice. And the 3 colors in the hair? Damn. This is the power of oil painting. And I am into it. Yeah, the cherry blossoms are lovely. Yeah, that is it. Like, the best painters in the world, you zoom in, well, maybe the best painters in the world, you zoom in and it looks fucking amazing, but they're out of their goddamn minds. No, the freehand is incredibly effective, pun expected. I think those pillars to be pink, need to be pink and not red. I tend to agree. I think I'd want to see her on the base before I made that decision, but at the same time, the pink is going to help tie her in with her environment a little bit more. That is a hard decision to make without actually seeing the two together. But I can see where you're coming from with that, so that the colors on the basing will reflect the overall colors a little bit more. Before I made any kind of call on that, I would, and I'm sure you've done this, put the figure on the base, take a look at it, and maybe take a few photos and dwell on it before you go in and change anything, but I think that could look good. What would be a good color palette to contrast my space pirates as the good guys? Well, a good idea is always to pull out your color wheel and pick a base color that you think will represent them well, like say blue, and then go ahead and pick yourself out a triad, which is to say just make a triangle and see what it matches up with. So if you go with blue, then you got red and yellow. Blue, red, and yellow right there is a fantastic combination of colors. Color wheels are incredibly helpful for picking color schemes like that, for picking triads and easy contrasts. Didn't want to do blue, but I think I can do it. If you don't want to do blue, I mean, pick any other one. Let's go. Say we're going to do red. And a triad of red is, I mean, it's just going to be the same. Blue, red, yellow. But you just pick which one's going to be your dominant color. Make your dominant color yellow, and then use mostly red and little blue highlights. That can work. Use blue for, like, glow effects. Use red for the primary color. And then use yellow for, like, equipment and stuff like that. Yeah, that could work. Here we have from Corwin. Posted a rough draft version of a print I designed a few months back, and I'm finally done painting 2 versions of the roughly 75mm scale print. In case you remember the smaller version I posted before, there are more details in these larger versions that were omitted in the smaller one, so you would not print well at the smaller scale. Yeah, I know how that goes. Also, the cape and the gun are gone, which were not part of the original design, but a little bit of a kit bash to cover a printing error. Oh, I remember this figure. This might not, the whole thing might not be showing up on, oh, you can see most of it, okay. Yeah, I remember this one. This was the one, oh, I did this figure just to teach myself how to use Blender, ha ha ha, and I was like, fuck. But no, this is, been doing 3D sculpting and character design for a while, and then was moving into and learning the Blender tool. I love how kind of muted your colors are. I love the fact that you're not using a lot of edge highlights, just really effective, more broad spectrum highlights. I really like the weathering on the metal leg plating on both of them, really. I was going to say I like it better on the blue one, and then I looked up to the red and blue combination, and the weathering is incredibly effective. The streaking, the kind of dusting. This is just a cool looking figure. It has so much attitude to it, doesn't it? It has so much personality. I think I like the one with red hair better. I think it just pops a little bit for me. Though, the other one might look better against a light background. They're both against a black background, but the one with red and the dark hair would and the dark skin tone, for that matter, would probably look better against a lighter background, for comparison. Why not turquoise, pink, and gold? I mean, pun expected has a point. Yeah, it's an amazing sculpt. I feel the pain of designing models, and then, like, I feel like I designed this model, I should paint it. But there's so many things to do. I still haven't painted many of my own figures that I've designed, and I certainly didn't design any that are quite this interesting. I really like the way that the weight of the model is divided up. It's first of all, she's not like this slight little thing. She's like kind of heavier set and more muscular, and then she's got a real like no nonsense sort of padded vest on, and then as you go down you have much bulkier cargo pants with these big honking leg plates on, and it gives the whole model this interesting kind of balance, almost like that bulky power armor. Yes, stocky, that bulky power armor look towards the bottom, and then narrowing towards the top while still being stocky and muscular. Like, this is a really, really good piece of character design. I like the padded cap with the hair sticking out the back. It has kind of like a Borderlands feel to it, almost. Hey, Mingyoku God, how you doing today, man? I hope that you're having a better day today. Played a game of Conquest today. How'd it go, Avash? 3-man unit of crossbows and Imperial Officer put in some work today. Crossbows are good. They don't cause the big drawback of ranged units in... Oh, thank you so much for the biddies. The big drawback of ranged units in Conquest is that they do not cause morale tests, which morale tends to double up the casualties that you inflict and is incredibly important, but the fact that they're also not subject to return fire a lot of the time is nice. I'm so glad to see this model again. I really am, and to see your differing takes on it. I'd like to say, not only are you a talented character designer and a talented 3D modeler, but a damn talented painter, and I think it was worth every second. Lovely pictures of these, and I really appreciate getting to see it again, Corwin. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for saying so. Paid for Murderous Volley and some other bonuses? Yeah. Oh, yeah, within 12 inches you cause a morale test. Of course, getting to within 12 inches is its own challenge, but the morale test is so worth it. So worth it. Here we have from Gus Schultz, have the base coat for the rusty base. He is working on... See, we've got Gus working on a model that I did before I'm working on it. Here we have the 3D printed and updated to be more show accurate Derelict Dugram figure. You can see I've made a number of changes on it, including having the cockpit hinge open forward instead of from a hatch on the top. And then we have a shoulder can that is much closer to the original rather than... Oh my god, my monitor just turned off again. Is this our new trick? Is this what we're doing now? Hang on a second. Okay. I have no explanation for that except that the monitor's old and sometimes it just forgets that it's on. How wonderful. Maybe I need a new one. This looks great, though. This is the base for the Rust, and as far as I know, Gus Schultz is going to be doing this in the style of the show, so going for that real, like, dust-blasted, weathered, rusty derelict look from the poor Dugram laying out in the desert for so long. I need to... I was about to say I need to release these new files with all the updated little tweaks and details out into the wild, but after shutting down a few Etsy's today, I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe this one stays in my private collection. It is hard to say. We'll post your list in the Conquest channel. I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. Please do, Avash. All in all, the 100 Kingdoms of Kultural won the fight against the local Spire Nest at the cost of many good men and the local noble lord. I haven't found the Spires to be that difficult to deal with unless they run a lot of brutes, or I will say that their force-grown drones are a pain in the ass when someone starts running. I did notice that, yeah. Gus Schultz, you carved out the glass area, which it makes sense. It's been sitting out in the desert. This would be the first thing to get knocked out by sandblasting. I think that worked well. It's a nice thin area, and good job keeping the overall strut. I tried to make this part thick enough that you could do some modification to it without destroying the whole thing. Very cleanly done. The Spires really get bad when their force-grown drone regiments start running catabolic nodes, which in the context of Conquest is a catabolic node, because the force-grown drones are exactly what they sound like. They're grown in vats They have these funny little hooks on top of their heads, which are how they link them to racks, and then they transport them in like battle droids and just sort of unleash them. And catabolic nodes are just like walking biological bombs, basically. And if they get into melee with you and the catabolic node goes off, it is such a pain in the ass. That is the worst thing about fighting spires. Maybe not the worst thing. Opponent had an underspire list, so regen every... God. Goddamn bio-elves. Gus, this is fucking exciting. I'm glad that you took an interest in this figure. This was one of my first figures that I was really proud of, and I made some updates to it, so I'm looking forward to seeing the final product on this. Ooh, here we have from Roland. Looks like we're working on a Commando to join the ELH. The new Commando model really is good looking. Good choice of the panels on this, by the way. Kind of helps sell the shape of the whole thing. And I'm glad to see we moved on to Pepsi. I'm glad that we're moving more into Pepsi and away from Mountain Dew. We're going up in the world. I don't mean to talk down to Mountain Dew. The Baja Blast, man, for the love of God. That's a good looking mech there, Roland. I like it. Oh, Riot Sister, are you a Baja Blast fan? Is that how it is? Is this going to be the Candy Wars all over again? I don't think we need that. I really want to know what you're going to do with the basing for these, Roland. Let me know. I'm very, very curious, because I feel like the right basing could really set off this paint job. Here we have from Sam Mini sharing some of this fantastic work. Advance of the stream tonight, Little Barbarian Girl, based on Diablo 3. Ooh, look at that skin work. Look at that skin work. Look at how many tones are worked in there. It's simple but effective. The red tones down here towards the knee, the kind of lividity of it. It makes me feel like the extra lividity around the knee, which would be bending a whole lot, and then some of the discoloration around the midsection. This just, it says to me, then we have it again around the knuckles, this little bit of lividity. Like, this person is active in a cold environment. That's what I'm getting from this. It's so subtle but effective. The metalwork is coming together well. I love the contrast of the cold metalwork against the warmth of the overall shoulder pad here. Really helps you see all the details without losing it. And then this little band of the cold metal separating from the warm tones of the face and hair. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. Sam Mini. Very impressive work. Really good tones on the hair, too. Hair is always something I've struggled with, and this is a good example of how leaving large portions of it almost unhighlighted is very effective. So much of painting is knowing where to leave your shadows to have it look natural, and this is such a natural look. You can tell that, oh my god, this fly, I'm sorry. You can tell the direction that the light is coming from, just naturally. Your mind can fill it in based on where the highlights fall, on the chest plate, on the shoulder, on the face, and on the hair. And I'm very curious to see how the highlights come together for the boots down here. Sam Mini. Sam Mini. Would you mind continuing to post updates on this figure until it's done in the Storm Report? Because I would love to follow this. I'm noting, too, we have this kind of reflective work on the breastplate here. There are warm tones on the bottom of the breast portion of the breastplate, which is something I've been trying to work into. So why do you keep landing on my arm? What in the love of fuck? I'm sorry. The warm tone... Really? You know what? Do what you want, because when this camera goes off, I'm gonna rip this whole fucking office apart, and I'm gonna pluck your fucking legs off. Anyway. The reflection of the ground versus the sky. This is a subtle effect that, now that I've started to do more non-metallic metal, I'd like to do more of. We have warm tones towards the bottom and cool tones towards the top. And it is that the ground is warm, the sky is cool. It's very natural. It's the kind of subtle painting that you won't even notice a lot of the time. Your brain will just see the figure and go, oh, that's reflective metal, because I know what that looks like. Very, very nice work, Sam Mini. I honestly appreciate your fingers in here to kind of give some scale to this, to really understand the small areas that so many of these transitions are occurring across. Lovely. And thank you, Sam Mini. I'd love to see some more of this. Here we have from Kursala, after an incident involving my Sanders yesterday. Which one? Colonel Sanders? That's not even a joke. The big one tried to eat the little one. I was able to fix the orbital and get sanding finished for the small. Oh my god, I hate you so much, Fly. I was able to fix the orbital and get the sanding finished for a smaller section of the desk. First coat of polyurethane is on it, and I'll add at least one more tomorrow after I find a new brush. Oh, that is lovely and rich, isn't it? I'm telling you, Kursala. One of these days, I'm gonna money you, and you're gonna woodwork me something. I'm gonna get you out here and working on some of the wood we have here on the property. I'm gonna trap you in the fucking basement, and I'm gonna feed you crushed potato chips under the door until you make me a desk. That's gonna be the plan. I mean, I'm gonna set you up in a nice room and pay you money. That's what I said that the first time. Obviously, I would never imply anything else. That's ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as the fact that this will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and as many of you might have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. I don't eat potato chips. If you're hungry enough, I think you'll probably eat anything, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it. We don't have to worry about it right now. Hold on a second. What am I seeing? Did we get a donation and I just completely missed it? It seems like that might have happened. Hang on a second. I swear to God, I wish that... This is the one downfall of moving away from Streamlabs. My ticker doesn't always update the way I want it to. One moment. Oh, yeah, we did. Corwin / Tiny Ledge 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much, dude. $20 donation going towards the game room upgrades, which hopefully I'll be able to actually premiere here pretty soon. Tiny Ledge, thank you so much for that donation. And, dude, you do fantastic fucking work. If this is keeping you motivated, I will do whatever I have to, because you have so much talent. I want to see what you do next. But in the meantime, let's figure out who we're raiding. Why don't we, folks? Who is going? Who's doing what? Holly Monster's doing a little bit of art. Thunderdome Drew is going. Let's go ahead and raid Holly Monster. We almost never get a chance to do that. Why do you keep landing on my fucking arm? Oh my god, okay. I'm getting actually angry, so this is a perfect time to end the stream. Let's get that raid started over there. It looks like she's working on that assassin that we got to see in the Storm Report a little while ago. I'm very, very curious to see how that is coming. Folks, thank you all for coming out tonight. It has absolutely been a pleasure. Thank you to everybody except this fucking fly who just keeps landing on my arm. We'll be back Sunday the 17th on our single figure focus, hopefully finishing up Sanguinius, and then Tuesday the 19th we'll be painting more Conquest. Thursday's TBD, we're going to figure that out as we get through Sunday, and Tuesday we're going to be having a little bit of a break in November around Thanksgiving. I'll be sure to let you guys know when that's going to happen. I'm going to go become Brundlefly, and we're just going to embrace the flyness of it all. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. We had some really amazing entries today. Sam Mini, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your contribution. I absolutely love to see your incredible art. Huge thank you as always to my amazing mod team. Make a little bit of noise for Holly Monster. Check out the stream. Consider dropping her a follow if you haven't already. I'm going to go get something to eat. So folks, until next time, keep on painting.